sure you're all suffering from watching yesterday. It was disappointing, a little bit negative at times. Yes, Group C didn't really live up to what we expected here at the Modus Super Series, but we did have some highlights, and here they are. Cox looks at top. That is a very strong start.
And that'll do very nicely. What? What a bullseye it is as well. It's right in the middle. Takes us all the way. That first start is crucial for him.
There's one. There's t'other. And it's a 3-2 advantage for Robinson.
Oh, what a save that is. That's going to make Robinson feel like puking.
Richard Rowlands.
Oh, hello.
Can he wrap it up?
3. In. Hat trick on top.
In style. That's the way to do it. Yeah, Paul Nicholson was here watching the action yesterday. And a little bit like the football, Paul. It kind of disappointed a little bit, if we're honest, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it did. I think we've been spoiled with Group A this week because the standard over the first 3 days was so brilliant. I think there was no way that Group C was going to live up to it, but there were some highlights in there. And what Group C have shown the world is how you hit tops every single way. Once, twice, and thrice, twice. So I've got to give them credit for that.
Yeah, we can see that now. Gilbert van der Meijden doing the Reece Robinson signature shot with those 3 double tops, but not to be outdone. Reece Robinson then does it himself in the very last leg of the day.
I think this is the 3rd time he's done it here in Portsmouth as well. So for us to say that it's a signature shot is very fair. And maybe he's got to up his levels overall. But he has had a decent first day. I'll be interested to hear what he's got to say before play starts today. But even when he's not playing his best, he's still got the capability of getting through into a promotional position, which would get him into Saturday.
And can the same be said of Lee Cox, a man just behind him in the league table?
He was most consistent yesterday. I still think there's another level to find for Lee, and I really want him to find it because he's got so much ability. I think he's finding things incrementally this year. Winning a Challenge Tour event was a big thing for him. And at the end of yesterday, I think the biggest thing was, after 4.5 games of focus, towards the end of his 5th game, he showed how much he wanted it. And he really wants it today. But if he channels the right way, I think he will get to Saturday.
He certainly did. He got his rewards as well. The top 2 in the table are Reece Robinson and Lee Cox, both of them winning 4 out of 5. Richard Rowlands was the outsider before a dart was thrown. He's right on their shoulder, Gilbert van der Meijden, and you have to say Richard Hosey still in contention as well.
He is. However, positions 3, 4 and 5 have got negative leg differences. That's got to change in the first 2 or 3 rounds. If that's not negotiated, we could see separation between the top 2 in the first 2 or 3 rounds, like I've mentioned. So it'll be interesting to see where they stand at that point.
Interesting to see as well what the bookies think now. Having made Rowlands the outsider, he's now the 3rd favourite. They're going even money for Reece Robinson. Lee Cox, their favourite to join him. Any value, anything you've seen from either Gilbert or Richard to say that they could maybe sweep through the card and steal a spot?
I mean, it's possible. We had Richard as the outsider yesterday, like you've mentioned. I just didn't see enough consistency from him yesterday. He had the best game. In the very first match, he averaged 97. And at that point, the bookies were probably thinking, well, we're feeling a little bit silly right now. But he did tail off very quickly after that. And I think people struggled with his pace, hence why some of the standard went a little bit further down. But I see Lee Cox's value. I see him as the person who was more likely to have a good, bad game. As for Reece Robinson, he didn't reach the heights of Monday, Tuesday or Wednesday at times, but I do get the feeling that his bad game could be worse than Cox and he could be susceptible to maybe going through in 2nd instead of 1st.
And how would you describe Reece Robinson's day yesterday and indeed his week so far?
Like a yo-yo. Very, very down at times, and he has seen the highs this week, but less of the highs yesterday, more of the downs, but to his credit, he still found 4 wins from 5.
Well, let's see if he can turn it on today. He does take on Richard Hosey in the opening match. And let's see how he describes what happened yesterday. I had a little chat with him earlier on. Reece, one last push today to make it through to finals night, but how would you reflect on the week as a whole?
Up and down.
You say up and down. You had some moments, didn't you, yesterday? It wasn't the greatest day, but you must be thrilled to get through that with 8 points.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I was pretty happy. I wasn't throwing very well, but I was just digging deep to try and win the games.
Were you trying to find something just to get yourself going? We saw you actually end the day with that 3 tops finish. Is that kind of what that's about, just trying to get a spark?
Yeah, trying to get a bit of adrenaline going and just find something, because I was so up and down and then just looking for anything.
Were you surprised yesterday that you couldn't really get going, but neither could anybody else, considering how good things were in Group A?
I didn't really process it. I was just game for game, and then when I started the day, here we go again. 98 average, 4 out of 4 on doubles. I thought, but then it came good.
And you are in a very good position to get through. So what's the plan of action today?
5 from 5. Guarantee myself through.
If you do that, of course, it'll be another Saturday night here at the Super Series, a chance to get back to Champions Week. With the talent in this week, what would it mean for you to come out on top?
I'm just thinking of getting to there tomorrow, and then I'm just going to free roam tomorrow if I can get there and just see what happens. I know how good the players who are there, and Andreas is already there. It'll be a good night.
And it will be if you join it as well,
Yeah.
so good luck today.
Cheers, man.
Yeah, interesting to hear from Reece Robinson. As Paul Nicholson described, a yo-yo week for him, but a day where he maybe got away with it a little bit. Didn't produce his best often enough, but did manage to win often enough, and he finds himself in a very strong position, top of the table, 8 points a match from a possible 10, and a win here would maybe pick off one of the people who could catch him as well. Richard Hosey from Birmingham, chucking the John Lowe darts on his second appearance here at the Live Lounge, taking on the maverick that is the 32-year-old Hull player, twice a winner here at the Super Series, Reece Sugar Robinson. And a win here, it kind of determines how many players, for me, Paul, get your opinion on this, are going to be in that fight, because if Hosey wins, he's only 2 points off the top 2, but if he loses, he's then 6 behind Robinson.
This is why we like Fridays, because it all comes down to 5 matches in Group C per player and 4 tonight per
First
player.
leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
Owen Binks, the referee, gets proceedings underway.
43.
I think the game that signifies yesterday most for Robinson was the game against Richard. He averaged just under 72 in that
91.
game, but still won. In Group A, there is no way he wins that game. But here, it's about getting the points.
90.
The averages mean very little. That's the first dart he's looking for all day long. But that second dart tells us that maybe he's got a little bit of discomfort, which
140.
he's going to have to manage all day long.
There, we've seen that throughout this week.
44.
He was talking to Phil Bars, one of our colleagues, a couple of days ago, saying that if he if he throws the dart that goes flatter in the board, it takes some of the pressure off the arm. But he knows more than anybody else that if he throws this way, he's got a better chance of finding
58.
what he wants. So it might have to be 2 different styles today to get the points that he needs. And with 8 on the board already, you got to fancy if he finds 6 today, he will be
94.
safe. But he'd like to get them sooner rather than later.
Well, he could get the perfect start here, a leg against a throw.
58. We should require 116.
Difficult past that, but doesn't really have to.
60.
Could have chosen a different route with dart number 3.
Why do people neglect treble 16 on 76?
Do you know what? I think that it's a lot of it is that,
21. We should require 56.
and this isn't a thinly veiled dig at any football match from last night, but I think there's a lack of plan B sometimes for players.
Yeah, I see your point. This is plan A.
Game
And
shot.
plan
the
A
first
works.
egg.
But I think you're right.
Reece Robinson.
We
The
go
net-
to the hockey having made their mind up and don't deviate from it depending
Second egg,
on
it's Reece to throw first.
the conditions, what's
Game on.
changed.
Well, the one shot that plays into that ballpark more than anything else is 112. How many players have we seen hit a small 20 and they mull over, where am I going to throw my next dart?
58.
I can't see the treble 20. Well, think about it. Do you want a shot at double or not? So go 54-38 instead. And that's where elite players come into their own.
131.
Think about it laterally. Think outside the box just a little bit. And we're talking about a player in Robinson here who has got immense darting intelligence.
60.
But predominantly when you meet dart players, they are a little stubborn.
60.
It's a bit like constantly pulling the driver on the tee when you don't need it. Do the smart thing.
This is the first of 2 sessions today, don't forget. We'll be back at
100.
10 p.m. tonight. Paul and Laura will guide you through the action with John Henderson and John O'Shea leading Group B. Thoughts on that? Is everybody but Small, or could
60.
Alec, without a win last night, turn things around?
I think with 2 players on 4 points in Morris and Montgomery, Small has got a chance, but he's going to need both Morris and Montgomery to have a bad night.
And he's going to have to win all his matches because, of course, one of them
96.
has to beat the other one. So that puts one of them on 6. He's effectively 6 points behind, even though the league table says 4.
And based on the levels that we saw from Alec compared to everybody else last night, it's going to have to be
60.
a ridiculous turnaround.
Small may need to go big this evening. Do tune in from 10 live here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. But we will find
59.
2 more finalists at the end of this session. Don't forget Andreas Harrison, the reigning and defending champion, already there for tomorrow's finale.
95.
And what can
We should
Robbo,
require 120.
if I may call him that, do with 128? Now it's 60 ball. He doesn't have an option. But Richard has.
88.
And yesterday on
Richard,
shots
you
like this, he
require
was going bull
95.
first. Not today. He's been spending time with Reece.
57. We should require 40.
Almost, but now Robinson has the chance to extend his advantage. Double 10.
Game shot. the
Measured
second
approach
egg.
there from Reece Robinson, and it paid off. 1-0 becomes 2-0.
I don't think this is a bad first
Third egg,
game
it's
for
Richard
Robinson.
to throw first.
It would
Game
be
on.
nice for him to get a win in the bank, having broken the throw, which makes some of his future matches in this group maybe a
60.
little easier. He's got Niall Cullerton in round number 2, and we know how he went yesterday. He didn't get a point. He's got Gilbert van der Meijden in game number 9 at the end of round 3.
140.
He could be home and hosed by then. But it very much depends on what other people do as well.
100.
The one thing he wants today is for his Saturday night fate to not go into that last match against Richard Eric Rowlands. If it does,
96.
it means that his first 4 rounds have not gone to plan.
Arguably the biggest match for both Reece Robinson and Lee Cox come at the opposite end of the day, because Cox is going to take on
134.
Rowlands in the next game, and if Richard can win that one, he will go level with Lee.
60.
I feel like a bit of a fool now. I called Reece Robinson dart smart over the last few days, and he's just made a fool of himself, actually, from
96.
265. He did the wrong thing.
I do wonder if there's any thought behind it, because he has stubbornly just thrown at treble 20 for most of this match, and you
134,
mentioned that the
111.
injury, maybe he's just trying to take thought out of it and just do a few repetitions. That wasn't far away from the intended target, but far away enough that he doesn't get a go at a double.
41.
Reece
requires
should.
71.
One dart at tops, maybe. Looking for a hurdle.
51.
Can't get over the top of it.
Requires 70.
And Horsey can erode the gap to 1.
He's just a dart behind, though, isn't he? He's only getting tiny chances, and, well, he doesn't get any chances here. From 111,
38.
he's thrown 6 darts and not got any at a double.
When you've missed a single on 70, the last thing you want to do is chase a treble instead of guaranteeing a bullseye shot.
Game
That's
shot
a
the
3-0
third
lead
there.
for Sugar.
Reece Robinson.
It's the kind of performance that he did throw in yesterday
For flag, it's Reece
on the
to
whole,
throw first.
because
Game
he
on.
averaged 83.64 for the day yesterday, under 30% on the doubles, but he has been the king of the 180s this week. He's at 35.
43.
That's a lot of sugars, that, isn't it, Paul?
Some people like their coffee or their tea when there's so much sugar in the cup that their spoon can stand straight up.
96.
As long as it's Yorkshire tea.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
Well, I once had a guest visit my house and leave behind Lancashire tea. I don't know what all that was about.
140.
That sounds wrong.
I think it was a prank.
It must be.
59.
And what would this do for Robinson if he could win 4-0? His leg difference would be very positive. His points total would be as good as he could have hoped after round 1. And he is inching towards putting Richard Horsey on the shelf.
If you ever wonder, by the way, how a TV broadcast really works,
58.
I'm just quietly commentating on the darts match here and just hear it in my ear. Someone say, I accidentally put a tea bag in a frying pan yesterday.
60.
How do you accidentally do that?
To be fair,
42.
we've all done these strange things. I've put the remote in the fridge and walked into the front room with the milk.
90.
I once left my keys in the freezer. Didn't find them for quite a while.
Oh, Reece Robinson's leaving. Richard Hosey's frozen out here, isn't he? Tops
60.
for the perfect start.
We should require 40.
And Robinson gets it done in the most convincing fashion. At times, Hosey was the architect of his own downfall in that game. He missed opportunities, only had 1 dart double. That was at the end of a double-double attempt as well. Robinson just stayed solid, stayed straight, and, well, took care of business. A 4-0 win. Can't ask for better than that. He's clear at the top of the table. 10 points, 2 ahead of Lee Cox, who's in action next against the man chasing him, Richard Rowlands.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosch.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just seen Rhys Robinson have the perfect start, a 4-0 win over Richard Hosey. And now Lee Cox is looking to respond. And if he does, it's starting to look like the top two are in a very, very strong position to go through. However, take nothing for granted. His opponent is very capable, but Cox was very impressive yesterday. He's played better darts when he's been here, but he hasn't looked as assured, as discussed. Following that Challenge Tour win recently, he takes on Richard Eric Rowlands, who has had some fantastic success on the Seniors Tour this year, including that run to the semi-finals of the Champion of Champions up in Blackpool. But he will be really earmarking this match as a must-win in my mind, and we'll get Paul Nicholson's opinion on that, because he's got two players that he's chasing, and he's got the chance to take points off one of them here.
Absolutely right. Lee Cox can affect his own future from the off right now.
Gets Lee to throw first. Game on.
I think it's a question of what we get from Richard, because when he started yesterday with a 97 average in the first game, we all thought, here we go again. It's going to be just
60.
like Group A. It didn't pan out that way. But what we saw from Lee was a very tight range of his worst game to best game. Everything was in the 80s. And I mean that in the nicest sense. He didn't have an explosive day, but he was dependable. If somebody fell off their good standard, he was there to pounce. And that's why he had a 4 out of 5 win day.
Richard knows he needs to reverse that result. 4-2 it was to Lee Cox when the pair met yesterday, and only two players in the table had a positive leg difference as well, the top two. So Rowlands doesn't just need to win matches, but may need to win them convincingly as the day progresses. And I think it's, again, we spoke about this in Group A. I think it's the same in Group C. Even though this is the important game in terms of taking points off one of the players he's chasing, you're not looking at the games against the three players below him thinking, he should win those. All of those players have got capabilities that we've seen before.
Yeah, they absolutely do.
98.
But in dart players' minds, they do earmark certain fixtures and say to themselves, I should win this game. It's not necessarily the case for Lee in this fixture. He knows that this is difficult because Richard is on form on a couple of different tours. He's got his own motives. But like I said, Lee Cox can affect his own future by playing well again. And if anything, he wants to qualify badly, but he wants to do it with comfort. He does not want it to go to the last or the second last game.
Well, Richard Rowlands wants to do this with panache.
Is that French for gravy?
Well, it's not going to happen.
69. Lee requires
Lee can
32.
afford to be around 33% on doubles today if he's hitting shots like this with the last dart. But that can't happen too much.
Richard require 56.
Because the moment you do that, you're inviting your opponent in to have another chance. And if they start taking shots, your confidence will wilt.
36. Lee requires
He's got to attack
32.
this double. Go for the inside wire.
Game shot
That'll
the
do.
first leg. Lee Cox.
Tidy start. 19 darts thrown. And he does hold.
Second leg is Richard to throw
I don't
first.
think there's anybody out there, if I'm honest, because Adam Lipscomb has now made a couple of Saturdays, and you know what happens when he comes to Saturday. He brings about 8,000 people. But I look at Lee Cox now as the person who wants a Saturday more than anybody else now.
140.
But there's a danger, isn't there, that he might want it too much.
Absolutely. And if you do want to come along, make sure you
97.
get your tickets for Saturday night. You can scan that QR code to get here. It's a intimate venue. 100 people can fit into the building, and as Paul said, when a popular player does progress, their friends and family do
100.
snap up a fair few of those tickets. It's only £2 the booking fee, and I know a lot of people have this on their bucket list to come and visit. We've had some fantastic Saturday nights recently. Don't forget the reigning champion Andres Harrison, already part of that lineup. Will determine whether it's going to be John Henderson and John O'Shea, along with maybe Reece Robinson, who always entertains. It's shaping up to be a really entertaining Saturday show, isn't it, Paul?
Most definitely. I was exaggerating when I said that Adam Lipscomb would bring 8,000.
It does feel like that at times.
Yeah, imagine if he did. Like sardines in here. The fire marshal will have a field day.
60.
I think when we first came here, we weren't necessarily aware of what kind of atmosphere we could get here, but now we do. After the Champions Night in the previous series, after certain weekly finals that we've seen, we know exactly what we can get here.
138.
And you should be part of it one time at least over the summer. If you can get here by car, by train, whether you stay over, whether you don't.
85.
It's a great experience on a Saturday, and especially when the weather's lovely. Make your way down, have a bit of food, come and join us for a few hours and watch some world-class darts.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well, Rowland's with a
Richard
class
Rhodes.
finish there. 15 darter. That was exactly what he really needed to do in the previous leg, wasn't it? He takes that
The leg is
opportunity,
Lee to throw
but he
first.
could have found himself 2-0 up here.
$100.
Do get involved as well if you are subscribing on our YouTube channel. That will give you access to the chat room. And while we've got the benefit of a
98.
former major champion alongside me in comms, then why not ask him a question? Ask the asset.
You look at the numbers from this game so far. Admittedly, only 2.5 legs in. But this is the kind of stuff that Lee Cox was doing yesterday. Just because an 85 average yesterday on the whole was good enough for 8 points yesterday, it doesn't mean it's good enough for today. There are players
40.
who could lift their level and trouble him a little bit more.
$100.
That just goes to show the talent he's got right there. That second dart was wonderful. Very, very steady. 3 tons in this third leg. You wouldn't think he's going for the 5-ton game, because if he gets 80 with the first two, he should go to the bullseye with the last dart. Let's see what he does. He wants more than 105 now. So the 5-ton game is on.
Now we're going to see Paul's prediction come to fruition. Cox looking at 101, wants to leave Richard Rowland in that particular room at the end of this match.
61. Lee require 101.
Can you imagine a situation where we had a lever on the stage? Or if he beat someone, he had to pull the lever. And then they would disappear.
84.
Not the worst result. But he has backed himself into a corner here. Because if you go for the single 1 on 17, or a single 5, you've got massive numbers either side. So you've got to be accurate on your singles when it comes to the crunch.
140. Lead requires 17.
Pair of eights.
Game shot in the
Enough to
third
take the
leg.
pot. Cox leads
Cox.
2-1.
These guys were part of a team this morning doing the Team
Well,
Bullseye
against Richard
Challenge.
to throw first. Game on.
And if you are a fan of our content, doing things like that, you might want to pay attention to when they do that because their team name is rather amusing.
Yeah, will be
96.
an 18-plus video, that one.
Yeah, when they said that team name, it felt a bit like Carry On Darts.
93.
It was a bit saucy.
I'm told that the next 17 checkout, by the way, Paul, will be 17, number 17. It's a very rare finish. It means you've made a mistake, doesn't it, basically, if you're on that?
It's usually when you're on 62 and you hit the treble 15.
25.
Let's face it, you're not going to go to the bullseye and hit a score of
45.
treble 11. Unless you have a really bad dart.
For those who maybe aren't as accurate as the players you see at the Super Series, a little trick, I think, when you have got 17 left, is to go for a single 9.
96.
Yeah, because you can't bust it.
I mean, I probably could, but they're so accurate, they will back themselves always to hit a single number.
Well, at this level, you should be able to hit your singles. Every now and again, you're going to miss one. Because you're human. But I would say 96% of the time, you should hit your single every time you go for it.
Well, I did open up the chat room to ask the asset any questions, and we have one here, Paul. Someone asking who you think is the best player to come from the Black Country, so the West Midlands.
140. Richard, you required 48.
You ponder that while Roland ponders this. And he picks it off for 2-2.
Richard Rowlands.
There have been some great players from that neck of the woods.
Fifth
Talk
leg
about
against Lee to throw first.
Scott Baker and Jamie Hughes, who's playing in Leverkusen this weekend, so good luck to Jamie. But I'd have to go with Wayne Jones.
60.
Who has played here, and he's been all the way, hasn't he, Wayne Jones?
Yeah, semi-finalist at the Grand Slam. Finalist at the European Championship back in 2010. Losing out to Phil Taylor. Largely forgotten that. And he's a finalist at the World
59.
Masters as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, really good player. Pretty effective when he came to the Super Series as well.
Yeah, champion here. Made it to a Champions Week. So I'd have to go with Jonah. Nice chap.
85.
Fan of heavy metal music, so he goes up in my estimation for that. I think the biggest thing for Wayne, though, is that he didn't win a PDC title at the top level when he should have, really. He had so many opportunities.
Best player not to have won a PDC title?
Unquestionably. And there are stats to back that up as well. Because somebody collated how much money had been won
85.
by players. I think it was up to around 2016. He'd won the most money of any player in the PDC system to that point who had not won a PDC title, and it was not close. The next person on the list was Mensa Sulevic, and he would shortly after that win the International Darts Open in Risa.
Speaking of the old guard, by the way, what about that announcement yesterday that Richie Burnett is going to grace the Super Series stage for the first time next week? And we, of course, reminded everybody that when he played at the Southampton venue, he produced a 9-dart finish.
I think everybody's got license to be excited next week. Maybe not his opponents, because he's not just here because of his name and what he did in 1995 and beyond. We're talking about someone who's won a Challenge Tour event this season. He's here on merit.
And that 9-darter he hit, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he hit it to win the week?
Did you require 142?
Or did he miss double 18 to win the week?
He missed double 18 to win a week. And then soon after, he got that 9-darter against Scott Williams.
Looking forward to that Welshman being here, but right now, this
43.
Welshman, he's riding his luck a little bit. He's been getting opportunities, but Lee Cox again remains stoic and steadfast. taking his chances, keeping Rowlands at bay, but he can't bend the
49.
bull.
Bridget
And now
require
Rowlands
99.
could pick his pocket.
This could be the biggest shot of the match. Still on. Now Lee goes for another weird finish. He's had a
42.
17.
Lee required 37.
Now, how about a 37? But a missed single makes it harder. Now he does get one dart.
21.
Should have been 2.
Richard, you require 57.
He's faltering at the wrong time.
Moments make matches, misses make matches. And those misses from Cox have opened the door for Rowlands, who gets 2 darts at double 20. He makes
Game
use
shot
of the
fifth
marker,
leg.
breaks the
Richard
throw,
Rowlands.
takes the lead, and makes this race for qualification very, very
Surveyor
interesting
gets
indeed.
Richard to throw first. Game on.
This is the lower end of what we saw from Lee yesterday. He did average 80 twice in his first game yesterday. In match 2, it was good enough to beat Niall Cullerton by 4 legs to 1.
46.
And it was also good enough to beat Richard Hosey in game 8. It may not be good enough to take Rowlands out this time unless he can find 2 consecutive legs.
140.
Yeah, so if Rowlands wins one of the last 2 legs, then he will join Lee Cox on 8 points. Top of the table is Rhys Robinson on 10. We will keep you updated throughout, but there could be a real race today.
180.
Gilbert van der Meyden's going to take on Niall Cullerton next. If Gilbert wins that, he can move on to 6.
123.
First maximum of the day for Richard. What a great time to get it. What he would give for another. That's pretty much a perfect start. Must go bull with the last dart.
105.
He's done well.
Are we going to learn a lot about Lee Cox in the next 5 minutes?
Yes. Maybe over the next 5 matches.
Yesterday we were praising
85.
the difference in
Richard
demeanour
McGuire,
from Lee Cox, a man
170.
who suffered from Murphy's Law the last few times he's been here. Anything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong. And the concern for Lee and
81.
his fans will be that
Lee
if it
McGuire,
starts to go wrong,
153.
will that become an overriding thought? Or can he make sure it goes right?
135.
What a chance that was.
Richard
Full credit to
require
him
89.
for getting a shot at double 18. But now the destiny of the win is not in his hands. 20 in bull.
57.
He's left it handy just in case Lee
Lee
falters on
require
18. Well, this is to have the darts in the last leg. Other side.
9.
He has faltered.
I was just watching
Richard
out of our
require
window in the Commons
32.
box there, and he sort of reached rather than moved. He could have just shuffled across maybe. We could see that the bottom portion of the bed was blocked, so he was sort of overstretching to try and get above it, when maybe a step across the hockey would have been the right thing to do. And that's punished.
Shot and the match.
Rowlands gets
Richard Rowlands.
the exact result reversal he needed. Beaten 4-2 by Lee Cox at the end of yesterday, but beats the same opponent by the same scoreline at the start of today, and in doing so goes level on points with him in second place. The top 2, of course, go through, and Rowlands has manoeuvred himself into position. As you can see, they're 2 points off Rhys Robinson at the top of it, and Gilbert van der Meyden is hoping to join that race when he takes on Niall Cullerton after the break.
Welcome back. And it's time for the Irishman, who was wearing his pup shirt today from Egan's, taking on the man who looks, well, very orange today. A little bit of patriotism from the Dutchman, as Gilbert van der Meijden is coming back to the hockey now and trying to get 2 points away from the Irishman to get within 2 points of places 2 and 3 in the table. It's going to be day 5 for these two, and it's going to be the final day for Niall Cullerton. He's not going to qualify through this group. He is 10 points adrift of the top with 5 games remaining. Even if he wins all of his matches today, it's not going to be enough. As for Gilbert, though, he's got a great chance of qualifying, but he's going to need something akin to what he did on Monday. You fancy 8 points minimum to have a chance. So any loss he has today, that must be the only one he gets.
First leg, it's Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we've already seen Richard Hosey, who started the day in the same position as van der Meijden, lose his opening match emphatically, and for me, I think that's
57.
already race run. Can't see Rowlands, Cox and Robinson. At least 2 of them's going to get to 12 points, aren't they? And with the
140.
massive leg deficit, I think it is now a 4-horse race, but Gilbert needs to make sure he's still in that race.
96.
I know we use that race word a lot, but I think it's a very good comparison to things like 1,500 metres, 3,000 metre steeplechases, because there are going to be hurdles along the way. Not literally. But the fact is, if you are too far behind, you're never going to catch the person or the persons that you need to.
39.
You need to be part of the pack and then sprint to the finish. Curiously, Gilbert is going to finish first today of anybody who
55.
can realistically qualify. So he will know exactly where he stands come game 13 and its conclusion.
82.
And then Cox, Robinson and Richard Rowlands will play after that in the knowledge of whether Gilbert is part of the equation or not.
Yeah, I think we're going to have an intriguing end to the afternoon's action. We do know that Gilbert's got it in him to rattle off a run of results. Went 4 from 5 on Tuesday.
140.
Only stopped by the Group A winner Andreas Harrison, who actually ended up with a winning run of 12 consecutive matches to take through to Saturday night. Let's not forget about that when we start previewing what may happen tomorrow.
57. You'll be required 87.
Interesting.
51.
Decided to go for it.
Now we require
It's worked out pretty well.
164.
Sometimes you get the reward for attacking, don't you?
And now he's going to get 3 darts of double 18, which he was very up and down on yesterday.
46. We require 36.
In fact, his doubles were predominantly down, as most people were on Thursday.
Game
But
shot
there's
on
an
the
up.
first leg. Gilbert van der Meijden.
So 4 darts of double in the first leg. He takes it.
Second leg, it's Niall to throw first.
So far, so
Game.
good. Yesterday, 81.19 as an average for the day. He was 14 points better than that on Monday. 14.
60.
I still wonder where his normal level is at, because it's been so erratic over the last 4.5 days that I'm not quite sure what kind of a player he is.
59.
I need to watch more of him.
Speaking purely from just an observer of darts,
100.
is there something in this theory that the quicker players, the bigger the range, the more methodical players, the more you can
100.
predict what level they'll be at?
Potentially. That would be quite an experiment to conduct. But we have assumed and used
100.
little smatterings of evidence over the years that some of the quicker players are very erratic on their finishing.
85.
Because the more methodical players tend to be the better finishers. Look at James Wade, one of the best finishers in the history of the sport. Phil Taylor, one of the best finishers in the history of the sport. Both quite methodical.
60.
But then you look at someone like Jelle Klaassen, for instance, and for years it's been levelled at him that he's an erratic finisher and maybe better on combinations than having 3 darts at double.
Well, Ego Chip in the chat asking what does Egan's mean? And it is the name of his pub team. It's Gaelic for Little Fires. Quite an apt name for a pub darts team, isn't it?
93. Niall, you require 46.
Fire away, Niall. Fire away. He's going to feel quite displeased with what he did yesterday. I think the word he used socially was speechless.
26. Gilbert, you require 64.
He can't be left legless if Gilbert takes 64. Double top for the Dutchman.
Game shot in the second.
And there you have it. It's happening again to Cullerton. When he misses, somebody hits.
Third leg, it's Gilbert to throw first.
Even though he's not going to qualify, I'm sure he would like to go out with some real positivity to take back to Ireland. And when we saw Niall play on Wednesday, when he was out of the reckoning for winning that group or even making Group B, we saw the best of him. He won 80% of his games on Wednesday. I just wonder how much he can take. It's been a tough week for him. Because sometimes you need that little bit of jeopardy.
66.
Gilbert's got that. He knows that if he loses this match, he's in real trouble of not getting through. And for someone who's been to a final match here before, like Niall, he will see it as a failure of not making Saturday. Some people, they come here hoping to make Saturday.
46.
There are plenty of others who expect it.
Well, expect excellence this Saturday. We are going to have a really stacked Super Series finals
100.
night. And every time we show the QR code, another handful of tickets are sold. So get on that. Make sure you are going to be here. Dartshop.tv is the place to go.
99.
We've had a little flurry this afternoon of tickets sold.
I wonder who those people really want to see.
85.
They want to see the great Swede in action.
They all come to see you, Paul. You know that.
I never go down there. I'm always in my little pigeonhole at the top
43.
of the place at the back of the stage.
91.
I'll come down if you want to have a wee chat before 7:30 tomorrow night, I promise.
Well, Cullerton going the bull route and doing it expertly.
Game shot on the third leg.
Nice 91 out from Niall, who's refusing to be completely cut adrift. And you have to give credit to players when they pretty much know they're out of it at the start of a day. He could win every match today and still be out officially halfway through the day, couldn't he, Niall Cullerton? So he knows he's not going to make it to Saturday, but he still comes and puts up a fight.
Absolutely. That's pride and integrity right there. I can say hand on heart
60.
that I've never been in a situation in round robin where I've not had a chance to qualify. I don't know how he's feeling at the minute, but if he does want to stick around, I'm sure we can find him a ticket.
Yeah, Niall, get your phone out, mate.
180.
Scan that QR code. That's where to go to get the tickets. The hottest ticket on London Road.
120.
And by the way, while you are at dartshop.tv, there are various other events and merchandise on there from the darting calendar.
140.
World Seniors events, local exhibitions in different parts of the country. If you can't make it to Portsmouth, there may well be something
98.
for you.
Niall, you require
Is there something
100.
for Niall in this match? He's just taken out 91. Now he wants to usurp that with an 11 dart leg.
Game
Sensational
shot
stuff suddenly from the Irishman.
Niall Cullerton.
Maybe things are changing for him.
Fifth leg,
He's
it's
now
Gilbert
officially
to throw
in
first.
at the Ocky and playing his best stuff.
Well, 91 followed by 100.
85.
11 darter there as well from Cullerton. We haven't seen many averages north of 90 in this group, and it just tells you about the unpredictability
59.
and the standard of the players this week, that the one that's producing it at the moment is the guy that's at the foot of the table without a win to his name.
85.
You and I both know that if he's in the right mood and he finds the right first dart today, he could cause chaos in this table. He could turn it upside down almost.
85.
He can affect Gilbert to start with, but if he goes bananas against the others, he could bring Gilbert back into it.
101.
I think part of the, I don't want to say problem, but something that could become a problem is the lay of the dart for Niall Cullerton, because it doesn't only dip down towards the floor, it leans as well to the right, and just so much blocked of a target, isn't there, when it's not landed kindly for him.
You've got to know how
60.
the intricacies of your lie work. That's what made Taylor so great. He'd switch after a dart like that.
140.
Because it's very difficult, and Niall's just proven that it's not impossible to find the 60. But predominantly when Taylor found the top of the 60, he would switch to the 19s.
121.
You've got to know those switches quickly in order to maintain rhythm, which has got to be strong if you're going to be a good performer anywhere you go.
57.
Well, he can't carry on that improving scale of finishes. 91 followed by a ton, but 121 was too big for him. How about the bull
60.
for Gilbert? He can't find it, so Cullerton has the opportunity now to turn this game on its head. He trailed 2-0. It's tops
Game
for
shot on the
3-2.
fifth leg.
And Niall Cullerton might be
Cullerton.
doing the running for Richard Rowland, Lee Cox and Rhys Robinson here.
Sick
He
leg, it's
might be
Niall
the
to throw
sniper that
first.
takes out
Game
another
on.
player.
Looking at the table right now, Rowlands and Cox 4 points ahead of Gilbert. There you can see where they
66.
stand, and Robinson at the top. Gilbert is running the risk of being 2 wins away from the top 3. That is not a good position with 4
99.
rounds to go. Not good either for Richard Hosey. I would not be shocked to see
41.
Niall Cullerton finish 4th in this table today.
Well, it's a sliding scale of prize money, so there is a reward for every position you climb.
58.
That throw of Gilbert is not as smooth as it was earlier in the week. At times yesterday, I levelled praise at him that he was trying to make his
60.
follow-through a bit more linear. But his action looks a lot more staccato than it's been all week. Lots of stopping and starting.
100.
He's lost the smooth nature, which is something we can never say about Niall. Straight back and through. And in.
180.
He's got both the maximums in this game, and he's got Gilbert on toast right now.
46. Niall, your record,
Yeah,
154.
this has been a remarkable rise from Niall Cullerton in this game, just showing how you can play yourself out of trouble and put his opponent into trouble, not just in this match, but in the context of the wider group. Van der Meijden might be surrendering the opportunity here
98.
to breach the top 3 come the end of the day. And therefore, qualification will be out of his sights. 2 go through, and it doesn't look like he'll be one of them.
14. Niall, your record, 56.
Looking less likely, that's for sure. Cullerton has not missed tops in a while.
And
he doesn't miss it this time.
Niall
That's a great
Cullerton.
performance from 2-0 down. He wins 4 straight legs. And the man from Egan's, who was wearing that shirt with pride today, has had a very good display there. You can see his highest checkout was 100. He's got a couple of maximums in there, and his doubling was excellent. Much better than anything we saw from him yesterday, and he gets his first win in Group C at the expense of the Dutchman. So when we come back, it will be the start of round number 2, and it's over to you, Richard Rowlands. What can you do to affect the table?
On we go then here at the Modus Super Series, and this is a real opportunity for the man in the picture now, Richard Eric Rowlands, to move in to the top 2. He gets to play before Lee Cox, having beaten him in his previous game, and if he can beat Richard Hosey, who lost all 4 legs against the league leader Rhys Robinson, then Rowlands will join Robinson on 10 points and dump Cox out of the top 2. Robinson will return to play Niall Cullerton. That's just become a different prospect. What a 4-leg spell that was from the Irishman, reversing a 2-leg deficit against Gilbert van der Meijden, who Cox will play in his second fixture today. And we kind of, just to pat ourselves on the back, Paul, predicted, didn't we, at the start of play yesterday, that it would be Robinson and Cox in the top 2 and Rowlands threatening them. That's the way it's turned out.
Absolutely right.
Rowlands to throw first. Game on.
It's almost as if we know what we're talking about.
And maybe a few of you at home followed, because this man was made the rank outsider by the odds compilers.
That I didn't get at all. Can you think of any reason why that would be the case? Because I can't.
97.
No, I was really surprised to see it. If you have followed that value, then good luck to you. And if you do place a bet on any match or any day here at the Super Series, please always gamble responsibly. It is 18 plus, and begambleaware.org contains plenty of information about how to gamble safely and responsibly.
You know how we had a dart swap challenge in Group A? And how nobody wanted to throw Andreas Harrison's darts? Turned out to be Hendo, by the way. You can see that on our YouTube channel in due course. But I think if you were to have one in this group, nobody would want to throw Richard Rowlands' darts.
Yeah, they are very different, aren't they? Usually, most darts players have some sort of variation of what is pretty conventional. A standard flight, standard weight within a certain range, maybe between 19 and 25 grams. And he's got all sorts going on there. The flights themselves look tiny. Look pretty dangerous, actually. Come to a sharp point, don't they?
They look like ninja stars. I've tried those flights before and didn't like them at all.
43. Richard, you require 160.
Well, these days you can get anything you want on the darting market. There's an explosion of darts equipment available. Are we going to see something explosive here? But there was a time when players used to create that flight by taking a pair of scissors in their darts case, didn't they? And snipping away at them.
Yeah, I've seen Whitlock use scissors. Taylor, Peter Wright. There's no rule to state that you can't tailor the equipment
27.
either before a match or during a match.
28.
What other sport can you see somebody taking scissors onto a stage or into a playing environment? I can't think of one.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah, without a
Richard
lengthy ban
Rowlands.
following anyway. As Rowlands takes
Second
the opening leg.
Hosey to throw first. Game on.
You think Richard Hosey at the minute is thinking, it's fun to be here, but I'm not going to qualify from this group the way things are going.
119.
Starting to plan to leave the party early, I think, Richard Hosey.
And if we may be fair, when he won his first couple of games yesterday, he was the leader after 2 rounds. But his averages did state that he was quite susceptible, and it proved to be the case for the rest of the day.
57.
Just under 80 in his first performance against Gilbert in a 4-1 win. And then 4-1 against Cullerton with something very similar.
44.
And when you're at that range of around 80 against certain players, it is good enough. But is it good enough against someone like this right now?
Yeah, closer look at those darts then. You can see actually looks to be a bit of gnarling
58.
on the stem as well. So it suggests that he doesn't have a set position he holds the darts. He needs grip everywhere.
Oh, this is old school, isn't it?
98.
Short, bulbous dart that I'm sure he loves to propel. If you've been on social media for a few years, you'll get that joke.
43.
But I'm not being derogatory towards Richard's equipment. Richard Rowlands, that is, by the way. But if I saw those in a dart shop and I wanted to try something, I wouldn't even look at them. They're just not my kind of thing.
85.
The kind of grip texture, they're not good for my hands. But this sport is about finding something that works for you. And isn't it great that everybody's got so much choice?
$100. Richard, you require 155.
It wasn't always so. Great first start. Now we can lay up for a 2-darter,
99.
which he does.
I actually think some players have found that there's such an embarrassment of riches available. They've overthought it. Paralysis through analysis.
We should maybe have a tournament where everybody uses the same equipment. They've done that in golf, you know. They've given
140.
old hickory
Richard requires
shafted
56.
golf clubs to top pros to see who's best with them. It's fascinating stuff.
Game shot on the second.
Hosey
leg.
off the mark for the
Richard
day.
Hosey.
Lost every leg in match 1, but he squares this one up. That's a little suggestion
Third leg, it's
to
Richard
go in the
Rowlands
social
to
media
throw
suggestion
first.
box, isn't it?
Game
Let's
on.
find the most bog standard set of darts possible and get all the players to have a leg or 9 darts or whatever challenge is decided on with them and see who is the best with the basics.
By the way, I must remember to bring in those old darts in the
85.
Bakelite case that I promised to bring in for a challenge with the feather flights. I'll have a look for them tomorrow morning. I'll bring them in tomorrow.
We have had some challenges if you delve through the archives of our YouTube
57.
channel, maybe in between sessions today, with some unique darts, twisted ones, long ones, the world's heaviest ones. Also, just click the popular tab, because one of the most popular videos is darts players throwing a set of nails.
55.
They're doing it very well.
That was Warby and Westy, wasn't it?
Yeah, they did fantastically.
I've seen Steve West hit a 180 with bookies pens.
44.
He's on the route to recovery as the 4-time weekly champion.
Yeah, set for return in this series, so take it easy, Steve. We want to see you back.
You know he's getting married just before he comes back. So his honeymoon is going to be at Portsmouth. I'm not sure how Michelle feels about that.
It depends if a couple of weeks later he's got an extra 25 grand for the real honeymoon.
44.
Rowlands should take the lead from this position. But we've already seen this week somebody win a leg from 320 points behind. So you're never safe until you get that final double.
81.
Well, there's a huge gap in the standard between these two players so far.
140.
Rowlands
You require 140.
easily the better player statistically, but the only stat that matters is the scoreline, 1-1.
Can he squeeze it through the posts to leave tops?
60.
Not quite. He had the right idea, though. We established yesterday that the numbers on the back of the shirt of the Welshman are to do with his birthday.
100.
You don't get
Richard,
many
you
dart
require
players
80.
putting their birthday on the back of a shirt. It's usually kids' names or some other important date, like Brendan Dolan hitting a 9-darter. This is important, though.
70.
But a chance for
Richard,
Hosey
you
to
require
cause problems
160.
for his namesake. The chance is already gone.
$64. Richard, you require
Well, doesn't want to
10.
mess around with this, Rowlands, because there is a real opportunity for Hosey. With 52 left. No margin for error now. Don't think they are usable, really. It's got to be
No score. Richard, you require 52.
a bit of an air shot there. They weren't close enough to collide into, but they were close enough to be a bit of a distraction. But that is destruction, isn't it, from Richard Hosey?
That's taking your eye off the ball.
36. Richard,
Just
you
goes to show
require
that
10.
darts is not simple. You don't always get 2 darts at a double, even when you have got 2 potential darts at a
Game's
double.
on the third egg.
And Rowlands does
Richard
take the lead.
Rowlands.
He's not even sure how.
Fourth leg, it's Richard Hosey to throw first. Game on.
I think if Andreas Harrison is watching this group, I don't think he's feeling too worried.
83.
Yeah, what are your thoughts so far? Is it Harrison's to lose, or do you think there's a lot of threat coming potentially from that Group B this evening?
There are candidates in Group B. I think Harrison has to be the favourite by some distance. Hendo will be a threat, because I do see him qualifying.
40.
Other people have got different motives before they even think about winning. Montgomery wants to win a game on a Saturday, but first he's got to get back there. Oh, my word. That is so unfortunate.
Yeah, he's not having the greatest day, is he, Richard Hosey? When it goes wrong, it goes wrong.
I like the look of O'Shea last night, though. He didn't hit the heights of Harrison, but he gradually got better as each game was played. He did lose his last
59.
match, resulting in a 6-point night. But he looked about as comfortable on that stage as I've ever seen him. And that's ominous for anybody else.
But it will be an interesting ending. Group B concludes from 10 p.m. tonight here on the Modus Super
96.
Series YouTube channel. Nobody through. Nobody safe. With just 2 points separating the top 4.
I don't like that word safe when it comes to dart players. I don't think you should ever feel safe. You should always feel like someone's coming for you.
100.
Even if you're world number 1 like Luke Humphreys and, was it £500,000 ahead?
Well, in this format, you never are safe, are you? In any match, you speak about the top players in darts.
42.
Watch the end of the world match play last year. Nathan Aspin in both the semis and final was pretty safe for quite a long time in the match. Of course, you've still got to go and win it in darts. You can't just defend. But in this format, 3-0 is by no means a safe lead.
And that's why best of 7 is
60.
such a fair thing to do in a round-robin format, because you can have comebacks. By the way, Nathan Aspinall in the news today, pulling out of the European Darts Open in Leverkusen to have maximum rest before his defence of the world match play.
40.
He's going for an MRI today on his arm, and we wish him well because we want him to be at Blackpool to defend the title, but it is by no means assured at this stage. We hope the results are positive.
140.
Here in Portsmouth, Richard Rowlands has had a very positive start to today. A 4-2 win over his rival Lee Cox. And now
140.
3 darts
Richard
away
McGuire,
from a
102.
2-leg advantage against Richard Hosey.
He's got to get a single at some point. Might as well get it out the way.
78.
He can recover.
Richard McGuire,
But what does
95.
Hosey do from 95? Earlier today, he went for 19s on this shot, and then went for double-double after. It's a different double-double this time.
55. Richard McGuire,
That might just be
24.
a symptom of the fact that he missed 2 double 19s the last time he had it.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Richard Rowlands.
So there we go. He does have that 2-leg buffer.
Fifth leg,
One now
it's
from a
Richard
4-1
Rowlands
win.
to
It
throw
would be a
first. Game on.
very important victory, this, because it would take him into the top 2, but he's clawing back that leg difference, is he, as the day goes on? If he wins this by 3 legs, he's only going to be 1 leg behind Lee Cox. Of course, he'd be ahead on
96.
points, but Cox is with a game in hand.
Let's not forget that Lee Cox did lose a match in game 2, 4-2 to the Welshman when he had the throw,
140.
which means he only has the throw 2 more times today.
We've-
That was one of the most impressive things about Cox yesterday. He won 4 out of 5 games, and he only had the dots twice out of 5 games.
140.
Rhys Robinson in action next, and a win there would take him to 12. 12 can often get you through, but it's not certain when there are 3 players battling out for the top 2.
It could come down to leg difference or something tighter, which has happened in the last few weeks. In fact, there was a scenario where it came down to averages. Ryan Finesse had the same amount of points, leg difference, legs won,
59.
and head-to-head record as Chris Hurds. And Hurds went through because his average in the group was higher.
We were just speaking about the format and the sort of volatility of the format. We've seen a lot of bad counting this week, and are we going to start to see
27.
players come a cropper? We just saw Richard Rowlands there, 265 starting on the 20s, going down to 19s with his 3rd dart, having hit 2 singles, wouldn't have left a finish. That's the kind of thing when you get to Saturday night that could cost you, isn't it?
It is. And it's something we need to discuss, and we need to be honest about it,
138.
because with the microphones in our hand, and with the benefit of seeing this footage from very close quarters, we do have to be honest at some point. And I think we should come back to it in the next game, because
80.
we have Cullerton, we have
Which you
Robinson,
record
we have 2
68.
very good dart players. But I think we should address the counting issue at this level. Double 16 will win Richard Rowlands this match.
And this
Game
match
shot
is
and the
won.
match.
Richard Rowlands
Richard Rowlands.
is on manoeuvres here at the Modus Super Series. He's into the top 2 with a 4-1 thumping of Richard Hosey. It's not been a successful day for him, but the Welshman is off to a double winning start, beating the rival Lee Cox and now beating him into 2nd place by seeing off Hosey 4-1. Cox will get his chance to respond in a couple of games' time, but before that, the league leader, Rhys Robinson, in action against Niall Cullerton.
shooting. Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double four for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Two players now going to duel for the last time this week, and it will be the fifth time, as Cullerton will do battle with possibly the favourite for this group en route to Saturday night. But it will be Cully who will maybe be the person in this table to cause the most chaos, because he's already beaten Gilbert van der Meijden and kept him in the bottom three. Can he just stunt Rhys Robinson at 10 points and cause the chaos towards the top of the ladder? As Richard Rowlands has now joined Robinson on 10 points, and Lee Cox is hoping to get there himself in the next match at the expense of the Dutchman. Let's see what this chapter will hold. But Cullerton is looking likely after that four-leg spell against Gilbert. Now he could be causing all sorts of issues for the man with the iridescent flights.
60.
Yeah, this should be, or could be, the best game in the group, based on what we've seen from Cullerton in his comeback in the last game and how Rhys Robinson can perform.
100.
And did win every leg in that first match. He, of course, signed off yesterday with his signature shot, didn't he? That 120, 3 tops.
How dare somebody else do it? So he went and said, well, I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it with my final 3 darts.
Has he been a big factor in what other people have done this week? Is his presence the reason why Andreas Harrison went for 3 bulls, the reason why Gilbert van der Meijden went for 3 tops?
Well, let's press on that button, shall we? Because we have seen a change in style over the last couple of months. People trying single bull shots. Is that all to do with Rhys Robinson, or is it to do with Luke Littler? Or is it a mix of the two?
140.
I think the single bull is certainly straight out of the Littler wheelhouse. 3 tops, the only other player I'd really seen do it was Jose de Sousa. Apart from in exhibitions, talking about doing it in matches.
First person to do it in Southampton at our previous studio was Greg Ritchie, and he did it shortly after Jose did it in the Premier League. So when one person tries it and it becomes a big thing, there is such a thing as a trend in this sport. People love to follow the sheep.
There's an interesting story about 3 bulls, actually. It went under the radar. I've never really seen him do it in front of the cameras, but Ryan Joyce used to do that every single time he was on 150. And he believed that it was easier to throw 3 darts at the same target than throw at different targets. That was why.
But I don't believe he does
60.
that anymore.
I don't think he does. No, I think he's changed that. But John Henderson is part of the story because Ryan Joyce beat John Henderson in a last leg decider
70.
with Henderson
Now
on
we
a
require
double
141.
and took out 150 on 3 bulls. And he actually then explained to John that it wasn't showing off, it was what he always did.
And we know that Whitlock's done it against Daniel Larson in the Dutch Darts Championship a couple of years ago.
Reach require
As predicted by your
130.
good self at the time.
That's because I heard a story from some of my Aussie mates that he did it in Geelong against Eddie Sims once. Eddie wasn't too pleased.
100. Now we require 100.
Interesting choice from Robinson there to persevere with the treble 20 and therefore leave double 15. Treble 19 will be the target now for Cullerton. Picks it off to leave double 16.
87. Reach required 30.
3 double 5s then.
Game shot on
Or
the
the
first leg.
equivalent of.
Reece Robinson.
And the lead for Robinson, who looks fairly comfortable at this stage. And if he paces
Second leg
himself
is
well
Niall to
today,
try first.
I do
Game
see
on.
him getting through in the top 2 quite comfortably.
Hasn't been his highest level this week, but he still has been a one-man highlight reel, hasn't he? There are plenty of moments to pick from. I cast my mind back to
100.
the closing game against Tommy Morris in Group A when he was on that 9-dart attempt. Really entertaining to watch. And just the contrast between the two players in that game, because Morris was all business and Robinson was all fun.
41.
He is fun. He likes to play the game of darts. There's got to be a time where you switch into a more business-like head space. That leads me to that discussion that
100.
we did bring up in the previous match. It's about the counting and the level of
83.
doing the right thing with the right amount of darts. Whether it's leaving a finish or leaving the right number that can leave a finish. And here is my 6 pence worth on this one.
121.
At the end of 2019, I covered the PDC World Championship with you for the radio.
100.
It was a very, very good World Championship, ultimately won by Peter Wright. We saw some astonishing numbers, some great tactical play, and ultimately it was a fabulous championship. After a couple of days break, I went straight
30.
to the Indigo at the O2 Championship for the BDO, won by Wayne Warren. And I will say this 100% honestly.
59. Now
The
we require
difference in
150.
counting from the PDC to the BDO was night and day.
He tries it, just as we were talking about it. And is it because he's
42.
playing Reece Robinson? That was the question I asked.
Somebody wants to get it. Whether it's just at the end of a leg or the end of a 9-dart leg.
58. Now we require
Everybody wants to be a
108.
social media sensation, don't they? Well, that's what's wrong with trying to get that single 17 with that dart flight in the way. As soon as you hit it, it'll deflect off.
68. We should require 100.
Yeah, that route doesn't really work for him unless he sort of misses with the first start, does it?
Exactly. I think that's one of the reasons why Taylor tended to go treble 20 and then get the single and go for 3 open targets. He understood
100.
the whole thing about deflections,
Now we require
whereas some
40.
players are playing the game a little bit the wrong way.
Well, he's only got the left to aim at here. It's difficult for him, this.
Where's Harry Potter when you need him?
His dart's laid down, so he'll be blocking almost all of that double.
No score.
Oh, I actually thought he might have found a way in there.
We should require 60.
I can't believe he missed it there.
And he must have thrown the dart differently because it whether it was a deflection, but it landed differently.
No chance of a deflection here. Staring that double 10 in the face.
50. Niall, you require 40.
Close but no cigar.
We've said it all week that tops is a difficult double for Niall Cullerton.
Game shot.
Not on that occasion.
Niall
Perseverance pays off, and he ties it up at 1 apiece.
Can I say one more thing about the counting at those 2 World Championships 4 or 5 years ago?
Feel free.
Because when you've got people coming into the top echelons of the game, your Damon Hetters, your Dimitri Vandenbergs, your Luke Humphreys, how many times do they make calculating errors when it comes to approaching for finishes? They don't, because they know they can't. And there were people who have superb reputations and great levels of ability
47.
in the BDO World Championship after that. And people like Mario van der Bojada and Jim Williams, Wayne Warren,
140.
Scott Mitchell, Scott Waits were all there. But some of the players towards the beginning of that tournament, the counting wasn't good enough. If you want to be an elite dart player,
100.
it goes back to soft tip darts in Asia and in North America. They subscribe to a rule, never waste a dart. Because if you do in that format, you will lose. And that's what steel tip darts has got to learn in the next year or two. They must subscribe to that. Never waste a dart.
85. We should require 170.
Firework possibilities here. Sparkling
Game
stuff
shot on the third leg.
from Rhys Robinson,
Rhys Robinson.
who ignites all of a sudden and produces the biggest finish possible.
Fourth leg is Niall to throw first.
Now there's a smile. That smile has been turned upside down most of the week, but it might be here to stay after that one.
66.
First one of the week, which means we've now got 2 167s, a 170, a 160.
26.
And that might just instill the belief that Saturday is in his future.
One of our viewers in the YouTube chat saying agreed about the counting, probably a key and underrated thing that is often overlooked. Well, it can be the difference
85.
between having another visit and not having another visit. And when players are going out at the top level in below 15 and below 12 darts often,
60.
then that's the difference between winning and losing legs and therefore matches.
Well, let me give you an example. From that 2020 World Championship, Peter Wright is on 302 points, famously against
68.
Noel Malikdem of the Philippines. If he doesn't get his numbers right, let's say he hits 140 and he's 162, and he loses that match because of that tactical error,
100.
he doesn't go on to become world champion in 2020, and we can't say confidently that he would ever be a world champion as a result of it. Get the tactics right, get the execution right, and you just never know what's going to happen next.
140.
Taylor, beaten. Others have left 165s, 162s, 163s. Who knows how many matches and legs have been cost because of it. And that's why younger players and more astute players mathematically these days lose less games.
Little example there from Rhys Robinson, but it may be academic because we've just seen another huge checkout. Cullerton responding. The 170 captured by Robinson. And then Cullerton claims a 142.
Game on.
You said this game could be the best one of the day. So far, it's turning out to be the best one of the group.
140.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Niall wear this shirt on Wednesday?
85.
Possibly. Definitely wore it one day.
So if he's had his best play of the week in this shirt, why wouldn't he wear it again?
31.
There are facilities in hotels and around the local area where you can't get things laundered very quickly. I'm not saying he's just going to hang it up and wear it again.
100.
Some people do play better in certain attire, don't they? Just ask a Manchester United fan from about 25 years ago about that grey kit they had at the Dell.
100.
Well, we're not. We are a fixed facility here, aren't we, at the Modus Super Series? So players that return, a few of them have actually started to feel more comfortable staying in
82.
a weekly rental property rather than staying in hotels, so that they can have that sort of home from home feeling. They certainly have everything that they need then.
76.
Some people spend so much time here, it feels like they actually have a second home just on the south coast.
Well, some of us spend so much time here, Paul, that we actually moved to the area.
Agreed.
45.
Nice time of year to be on the south coast, though.
154.
Beautiful day today, 23 degrees outside. Things aren't quite heating up in this leg.
It's not quite Whitby, though, is it?
Yeah, the fish and chips isn't as good as Whitby.
Sure, Reece Robinson would concur, having just captured the biggest fish of the lot. Now he's looking for a much simpler 68 when he comes back.
Is that your way of saying that 68 checker is more like chips?
130.
He'll be chipping away at a finals night place. Keep picking up the points. He won't have anything to worry about, will he? Doesn't have to look over his shoulder. But this is a big exchange in this game. It's one dart double 18 for Reece Robinson to keep control.
Game shown the fifth.
Nicely done.
Reece Robinson.
The finishing in this game has been really, really good. Scoring, maybe not so much, because we haven't had any maximums. But he definitely knows where the lens is. As do most people these days. He didn't necessarily get a lot of that action in our previous studio. Maybe just Rob Collins with his face pulling every now and again. But ever since we've had the likes of Dom Taylor and Tommy Morris
60.
and Reece Robinson and some others, and David Schlichting.
He was the one that started it for me. Yeah, really did. I think he almost studied before he arrived where all the cameras were, which one was most likely to be on him after winning a leg.
58.
And Matthew Edgar once hit a 180 and bowed to the camera.
Emphasise the word once.
100.
I'll let you handle that when he comes back. I somewhat shamefully
94.
once at the World Grand Prix stared down the barrel of the lens and asked Phil Taylor to come and get me. Yeah, that didn't end well.
91.
Well, who will this match end well for? Because Cullerton's still in it. Looks on course to force a decider here. We did sort of pose the question whether or not Niall might have his best days on his worst days, if that makes sense. A good Wednesday when he was out of it and a good Friday when he's pretty much out of it.
Niall Cullerton is making me do my nut.
45.
Because with his last dart and his previous visit, why didn't he go for the 54? He's got 264, 2 darts over the 60. And he's more likely to hit a 54 than a 60. Little changes
140.
to Niall's game could have such big effects.
I know he does watch back, because he's given me a couple of scoldings about little jokes I've made, but that might be useful, Niall, when you do watch this back. All in good humour, but in all
59.
seriousness,
Niall,
take the
64.
free advice of the asset.
He's deciding to leave tops. I don't blame him,
44.
because so far
Richard
today it has been
146.
rather good to him.
But we've said that nothing's safe, and nothing has been safe when it comes to the checkouts in this game, though Robinson's not going to add this one to
41.
the resume.
120.
There's another one. Robinson should have gone bull with the last dart. Worst case scenario, you leave a 2-darter.
on the
It didn't make
sick
any
bay.
difference, but these are the
Niall
small things we're
Cullerton.
talking about. We'll
But-
go the distance, and it's just little
7
things
from
like
final
that
leg, it's
that could make
Reece to
all the
throw
difference.
first.
But I think there's a difference
Game
there
on.
between Niall and Reece. I think Reece has thrown that dart in anger, so that's more about mentality than maths, whereas Niall's keeping calm, keeping composed, but just not thinking about it.
58.
We do see that with Reece sometimes, that a bad dart can be followed by a petulant one.
That's true. But if we've got dart players who are playing on this stage and also watching it back,
77.
they're the kind of people who will watch a lot of other stuff as well. They might even watch the World Cup next week from Frankfurt. Ask yourself the question. Don't just watch. Study. Look at the best counters in the world. Your Aspinalls, your Humphreys, your Dobies. All those kinds of players. Ask yourself, why did he do that? Or why did she do that? Because Fallon Sherrick is a very good counter. Things like 271. Why would they start on 19s? Figure it out.
59.
And then put it into your game because it really does make a difference.
This could be a really crucial game in this group. If Robinson were to lose this last leg, I think the man that is really starting
60.
to emerge as possible group winner is Richard Rowlands.
I agree. Might be an interesting result for Lee Cox, who plays next in Game 6.
Well, this is one of those situations that we spoke about when this time he does get the maths right, but gets the execution wrong.
79.
You're not going to get the execution every time. Just make sure that you get the thought process right every time. That gives you more opportunities to succeed.
140.
That was well done by Robinson. He wrestles control of the decider. What pressure can be applied?
Well, Reese would like to hit this 49 and 2 darts.
58. Reach required 49.
And he could be putting Niall Cullerton in the bin, son.
And again, Cullerton there has not given himself a chance, even if Reese does miss this.
Game shot.
He doesn't miss, he hits. He wins 4-3, and it's 2 from 2 for Reese Robinson. The second one, much more hard fought than the first one when he beat Richard Hosey 4-0. But there were moments of brilliance in that match, not least the 170 checkout from Robinson, which was answered by the 142 from Cullerton, but the finishing was fine. 4 out of 6 for Robinson. That takes him over the line in the game, keeps him top of the table, 2 points clear of Richard Eric Rowlands, and 4 now clear of Lee Cox, so he can go tied for second place if he beats Gilbert van der Meijden next.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through and gets
And he's
there.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, UK, Lee Cox of London and the Dutchman Gilbert van der Meijden about to do battle in an all-important encounter. Van der Meijden, having lost his opening match, can pretty much wave goodbye to his hopes of a return to finals night. But Lee Cox, who has probably been the unluckiest player at the Super Series in his recent pursuits of getting there, now suddenly finds himself in a position where he needs to win the game, because the two players that he's battling it out with have won both of their opening matches in Rhys Robinson and Richard Rowlands. Cox, though, was beaten in his first by Rowlands and therefore must respond. It's as simple as that.
It is that simple. So over to you, Coxie. Create your own luck.
140.
Darts can sometimes be seen as very unfair, but it's maybe the fairest sport of them all.
140.
It's not subjective. We have wires to separate in and out.
96.
Well, little bits of bad fortune, like dart collisions or bounce outs. What do you think? Do you think it's a fair sport?
45.
Oh, it's an interesting question, that. Great stuff, this from Lee Cox. I think one of the things that it's a point that I probably do to death, but I think one of the things that in darts is you can throw a really good dart and it can cause you problems, and you can throw a terrible one
92.
and it doesn't have any effect because it's out of the way, it's not blocking the target. I think that's one of the sort of unfair sides of the sport. But in the sense that it's the same for everybody, then yes.
100.
And there's no one stopping you in this sport, is there? In most sports there are.
Yeah, there's nobody standing in front of you saying, "Grr, don't do this." And there aren't judges on a panel saying, "Well,
32.
I think that's a 4.9, but then somebody else thinks it's a 5.8.
On the first leg.
So he has created his own fortune on that first leg, and Coxie deserves all the credit in the world, so we'll give him a 6.
Second leg, it's
And
Gilbert.
that was superb. 13 darter to start this one from Lee Cox.
See, I'm a fan
100.
of sport that is fair, and I'm intrigued by sports that do have judges. I've watched a lot of figure skating in my life, and there are massive controversies in that sport because of the judging panels.
80.
One of the reasons I love darts, and I also love golf, is because you hit the segments on the board. On the golf course, you hit the hole. There is a definitive in and out.
Yeah, whoever's the best wins, don't they? It's like a
96.
a running race. 100 metres, stay in your lane. The fastest get to the line wins the race. Even in, look, I'm not saying it's unfair, it's part of the sport, but in these other sort of combat sports, even snooker, that players are playing shots to stop you from playing your shot. This is pure. I've got 3 darts, you've got 3 darts. Let's see who's the best.
Do you know what? I think Peter Drury said it really well once. When he was working for a very big network in the UK. He said, darts is raw sport. Very well put, but then again, Peter doesn't get much wrong.
140. Go with 147.
Just talking about snooker. 147 not going to go. So Cox gets a chance here to really get a vice-like grip on this match. It's the ball.
60.
That was close.
Can we require 100?
Not close enough, apparently. Double 16 for Gilbert.
76. Lee required 25.
You can almost feel his chance of making the top 2 slipping away by the minute. But not for this man who extends his lead to 2.
I'm going to keep using that word to describe his demeanour this week. Assured. That's what he seemed like. He looks like a man who knows he's going to get to finals night. Not like a player that we've seen in the past that's worrying about getting there.
21.
And he has, or will, move back above Richard Rowlands into those all-important top 2 spots. If he
41.
manages to close out the win. I think you just noticed something there, Paul.
Yeah, change of equipment here for Gilbert. almost for the first time this week. We did see, over the last couple of days, a change of kit for Tommy Morris.
100.
He went for a different type of flight and stem. As for Gilbert, it looks like a change of colour. No change for Coxey, but it's all the right colour there.
180.
Very nice indeed. He must have had a spare set on his table there.
140.
Nice pace about this game now.
$105.
I'm not sure about that one. That one's a 50-50 for me because I don't think the extra 5 from the 25 gives you much benefit.
Yeah, the last start hit the 25 there. Leaves him 110.
$78. Gilbert, you require 85.
Well, Lee missed this in the previous leg on the bolt. Can Gilbert take what Lee couldn't?
60.
He does not.
Lee require 32.
Cox on doubles. 1 out of 3. But better than
John
that now
McFarlane.
as he goes 3-0 up. And
Lee Cox.
that word assured has now been given capitals and bold.
Yeah, brilliant this, because
Well, it's Gilbert
the
to
way
throw
he's
first.
doing it, it's not
Game.
just telling Richard Rowlands, right, I'm not going to give you this. He's pretty much saying, I'm taking it for myself.
60.
A 4-0 win here would be as emphatic as it could be. And this is up there with one of the performances of the group. Lee Cox, who's averaging
100.
over 96 now.
He's definitely not playing like a chicken, that's for sure. That's connotations of his surname, by the way.
60.
Actually, there have been a few famous sports people with part of
77.
Lee's surname in their surname. Can you think of any, Mr. Murphy? Because I can think of a couple of former Newcastle United footballers.
100.
Well, I mean, you give me no warning there, Paul.
38.
Return to it in his next game, or are you demanding I give you answers now?
I'll give you a hint. That's not a hint, it's an example. Gavin Peacock.
100.
Darren Peacock. Both play for Newcastle. I believe both played for QPR as well.
45. Lee require 141.
Well, this one could be over, and there'd be every right to show off like a peacock here, Lee Cox, if he wins this one 4-0.
I'm not sure I've ever seen him look this focused.
85.
But even if he does get the 4-0 win, he's still got work to do. And if he recognises that, I still believe that the top two is
59.
calling his
Lee require
name.
56. $36.
Oh, this is going to be curtains for Gilbert. Whatever chance he had
58.
left,
Lee require 20.
it is wilting like spinach in a hot pan.
Game shot
All over.
and the match. Lee
A thumping
Cox.
victory for Lee Cox, who is determined not to let this slip this week and make it through to finals night of the Super Series, and that's the way to go about it. That is a very, very convincing display. An average into the 90s, 40% on the doubles, and he didn't allow Van der Meijden many opportunities there. A 4-0 win for Cox sees him return to the top two, and Richard Rowlands will need to respond when he takes on Niall Cullerton after this break. Yeah, the Prince of Wales will be making his royal entrance to the Modus Super Series. Richie Burnett in action next week. But here, another Welshman in action, Richard Rowland, who has won his first 2 games. He's looking to make it 3 from 3 with a victory against Niall Cullerton in this next game. Lee Cox, though, with that 4-0 win against Gilbert van der Meijden, having lost to Rowlands earlier today, has moved back into second in the league table above Rowlands. Both of them are chasing Rhys Robinson at the top, but it's all about finishing in the top 2, so it looks like a real battle between those 3 players, Gilbert van der Meijden, Richard Hosey and Niall Cullerton, now just jostling for position with no realistic hopes of making it through to finals night. Cullerton, though, has played well. He is producing some decent stuff. Defeat to Rhys Robinson only in a last leg decider and a victory against van der Meijden earlier today. Rowlands, though, looking to stay on a roll here at the Super Series, and victory here will see them swap places once again. Paul Nicholson is alongside me here, and before we get into the meat of this match, Paul, I believe you've got a little bit of breaking news.
And it's historic news too, because at the Development Tour today, Development Tour 11 will go down in history as the first to be won by a female player. Bo Greaves has beaten Daniel Perry by 5 legs to 1 and is now a Development Tour winner. Congratulations to Bo. Wherever she goes, she doesn't get battered.
Game on.
That was not a joke against the Scottish, by the way. That's a somewhat reverse joke, saying that she's rather good.
Yeah, only dropped 5 legs all day,
100.
Bo Greaves, in that victory.
Incredible stuff. Averaged over 102, beating Owen Maiden in the quarterfinals. Beat Nico Springer 5-0 in the semi-finals. And Nico Springer is one of the
100.
best European youngsters. And he's someone who's hit 9 data in the PDC Europe Super League. That is an extraordinary result.
140.
Maybe one of the biggest of her career so far.
I have to say as well, I'm really, really pleased that that's come to fruition, because it was one of the things that I really wanted Bo to do this year, was play on the Development Tour. And when she was winning Women's Series last year, it's often something I asked her. I'd say, why don't you go and play the
121.
Development Tour? And she's openly said the Pro Tour is not for her at this stage in her career. But I felt she could win one of those, and she's gone and done it. And everybody at the Super Series, I'm sure,
83.
will be sharing in that success. Fantastic she played here, not just in Women's Week, but also in the main tournament, when she became the first woman, of course, to win a week here at the Super Series, and then made it to the semis
58.
at Champions Week. And many forget she was actually on 1-2-1 in the last leg decider when Andreas Harrison went out.
I think the best thing about Bo's career to date
98.
is just how it's been plotted. Everything has been with real planning. It's not been, let's do everything from the start because she could win everything. It's, let's master the Women's Series, then we'll try a bit of Super Series.
58.
We'll get with that. Then we'll try the Development Tour. It's just been really well done, in my opinion. Just like an 80 checkout.
Game shot.
And here we go again.
Niall.
Well, this has turned into a group of Rhys Robinson clones, hasn't it? They're all at it.
Richard to throw first. Game on.
Clones does start with a C, so maybe that's what Group C should be called here this week. Group Clones. I mean, what's next? Richard Rowlands is going to start going Bull 11 Bull. When Niall goes home, he's going to think of this week as one of the most frustrating weeks of darts he's ever had. Because whenever he needed a start, he didn't get it. But whenever he was out of the equation, he started to find his form. And he's got to ask himself why.
Yeah, surely some psychology in that. Some don't believe that some players play with more freedom when there's less on it.
85.
And I'm not sure that applies to every player. I think that's a fair point. I think some players actually rise to the occasion, but others, when it's more important, but others seem to just feel a little bit more shackled.
I can give you an example of the other side of the coin. Do you remember the times when Phil Taylor lost at the World Match Play? Sorry, not the World Match Play, the Grand Slam of darts. When he was already through the third game of the group, if he was already sailing through, he wouldn't necessarily play his best darts.
140.
If there was something on the line, he would win. But he lost to Andy Jenkins. He lost to Vincent van der Voort at the Grand Slam. I believe he lost to Darren Webster as well. So it's not an isolated incident.
83. Niall, you require 136.
Well, you're not going to finish on tops on 136 unless you go 60-36 tops.
96. Richard, you require
We have seen this
126.
finish in this group. That came from Gilbert van der Meijden on a bullseye that can only be described as the core of the bullseye.
$58. Niall, you require 40.
How many times can he hit tops in one match? He'll
Game's
still
on the
have to settle
second
for
leg.
2, but he has got a 2-0
Niall
lead.
Cullerton.
This time via tens.
The tension has been suddenly pricked in
So then
the
it gets Niall to throw
practice
first.
room, hasn't it?
Game on.
Because Lee Cox particularly will be watching this with interest. Reece Robinson might have an eye on it as well.
Well, if you look at the table of fixtures
140.
for today in Group C, Cox will return in the next match. Fresh off the back of beating Gilbert 4-0, and he's got Richard Hosey next in the middle match of the day, and that is a fixture that he could get his teeth into because Hosey has not played well today.
44.
It doesn't really matter that Hosey's got the darts. But if he comes into that game with fresh focus and fresh positivity
135.
off the back of Rowland's losing, I'm not sure how this round of fixtures could have gone any better for him. Or indeed the last hour. There you can see what Cullerton is doing here.
92.
And there aren't many players who would be able to win against a player doing this. Maybe only Andreas Harrison.
Yeah, he's been really good today, Cullerton. Bo Greaves, by the way,
96.
8th on the Development Tour Order of Merit after that victory. Don't forget, Development Tour Order of Merit includes PDC Tour card holders that are of eligible age.
60.
Well, Bo's got flexibility at the minute, hasn't she? She's on more
130.
tours than Taylor Swift.
$94.
Richard Rowlands here is in huge, huge trouble. Losing this match is recoverable, but he's relying on mistakes from others. I'm not sure losing it 4-0 is.
44.
By the
I will
time
require 36.
he plays in round number 4, he could be in real trouble. How does he hit this double 18?
No score.
He doesn't.
We need a different camera angle just for Niall Cullerton's darts, because from that angle it looks like he can find a way in, but his darts above anything are blocking it.
Is this the invention of Cully Cam? It's got to be some sort of drone on the stage, flying around going bzzz.
100.
Anything at the top
I
of the
will require
board,
36.
if he's just above it, he blocks it.
Game
So
shown
he
the
has to
third
do
leg.
that first start.
Niall Cullerton.
You make a good point, actually, because when he hits that double 18, it's in the bottom 25%.
For player against
So
Richard
maybe
to
that's
throw
the
first.
safe
Game on.
target for him to go for that double 18. Bottom right of the segment. Because if he misses it high, he covers everything. And that makes sense to me.
180.
It may just be irrelevant that Cox has lost to Rowlands here today.
60.
Maybe it's a good thing that Cox has got that fixture out of the road early on so he can focus on the other people. 180s for sure, doubles for door. The most famous darting phrase.
140.
The only person with a maximum in this match is Welshie. But the only person getting shots at doubles is his opponent.
55.
Well, Niall obviously wants to win this game 4-0. But if you are going to lose a leg,
37.
Do it when you're 3-0 up and your opponent is playing his best darts on their throw.
$125. Richard required.
We was
44.
talking about the fact that 3-0 isn't a guarantee. We'd mentioned it just half an hour ago. Are we going to see a changing of the guard in this game?
36.
Winning 4 legs in a row is not a foreign concept to Niall. He's already done it today.
140. Richard, you require 8.
He would love a shot at 1-2-1. But he's not going to get one.
Richard Rowlands.
That leg difference is staring me in the face in this table. Rowlands on +2 as it stands. Cox on +9. I just wonder how close that's going to be come round 4. Because if Lee keeps winning, there may be nothing that Richard can do about it.
Cullington, though, only off with 45 in this leg, and Rowlands with 140. This game could be turning.
You know those stems that Richard's using? You mentioned them earlier. They seem to have some grip texture on the middle part.
81.
I've been exercising my thoughts on them, and they do look very similar to the ones that Phil Taylor uses. It would make sense. They're not the longest.
100.
They do house a slightly sharp flight. And, if I may, Richard does stack his darts very similar to the current Phil Taylor. Because there have been different iterations of him over the years. Different stacking techniques. I'm convinced that those aluminium stems are the ones that Taylor uses or has used in the last few seasons.
57.
Well, he was sharing a practice room with Phil Taylor, wasn't he? At the Champion of Champions in Blackpool on the World Seniors Tour. Blackpool just around the corner for the pro players as well. A world match play coming up. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to win that event.
How long have we got? I've got a sneaky suspicion of Rob Cross, you know.
I think someone in the chat has already shared that prediction before I even asked for it.
105.
Well, will Cullerton win this event, this game? Ain't going to do it in this visit.
Should go bull here.
48.
Not too bad.
Require 104.
But Rowlands, who's had 3 darts at double in this match, would love one more. And he should get one more. To keep the game alive.
72.
Is it all over?
Niall, we require 57.
That battle with double top is going to happen again here for Niall Cullerton. Can't find it this time, but at least he's missed below and gets a 3 look at double 10. No, sir.
Richard, you require 32.
Heart and mouth stuff for Coxey in the practice room. He was thinking he's on 10 points with a game in hand. But hold those thoughts. It might rest on this shot.
Game shot.
This game is still kicking.
Richard Rowlands. Sixth leg, it's Richard to throw first.
How many times
Game on.
do people look at the monitor as if to say, I don't know who's got the darts? Right there, Richard had no idea until he looked at the screen as if to say, have I got the throw?
Cullerton can only kick himself here. He's been the better player for much of the match. He's still
100.
averaging about 95, but it's the missed opportunities at double to get the job done.
That average has come down by 15 points in the last couple of legs.
83.
Just proving that 109 averages are very hard to maintain. Think about that in a one dart sense, because Tommy Morris the last couple of days, when talking about stats with him, he's more comfortable talking about one dart averages as opposed to 3 dart averages. With you, Murphy, you mentioned 29 per dart. Yesterday he was talking about 30 per dart. If you consider
21.
30 per dart, that's like getting a treble 20, a single 20, and another single every single time. But if you're averaging 109, think about that in a one dart
60.
sense. It's 36 and a bit per dart. That's very hard to achieve.
95.
That's what they used to grade things on in the BDO, one dart averages. It was actually the PDC that started to use the 3 dart averages more in the 90s, and that has become the norm over the last couple of decades.
45.
There's a very real possibility that this game goes the distance now, because Cullerton has lost the impetus. Gradually grinding his opponent down. I suppose there are comparisons with Richard and some other players from over the years.
60.
At the minute, I think you've got to liken him to Matt Clark. Just gradually picking away at him, waiting for the mistake, and taking full advantage of it.
136. Richard require 136.
Can he take us all the way with this thunderous 136 attempt? But there's no thunder in the sky.
Let's not forget how big a match this is in the context of qualification. Rowlands may need to win it.
60.
If he doesn't, he hands the impetus
Niall, you require 110.
to Lee Cox in second place. Things have turned around quickly since Cox lost to Rowland earlier today.
50. Richard, you require 76.
One time today we have gone the distance, and that was a game that Cullerton lost 4-3 to Robinson. Double 18.
40.
And after all,
Niall, you require 60.
we might not go the distance if Cullerton has something to say about it.
We said about Tops being difficult for him because he blocks it with that dart, but 60 is actually a nice finish for him
40.
because he doesn't block it with the first. Doesn't
You
work out on
require
that occasion.
36.
Could have won it 4-1, could have won it 4-2. He might not win it at all.
Game on the
All
sixth.
square.
Richard
Rowlands breathes
Rowlands.
again. Paul, it was said of, just to return to that point about Tops and Cullerton, it was said of Phil Taylor he used to aim
Seventh
for
and final
specific
leg, it's Niall
sections
to
of a
throw
target,
first.
not just a target in
Game
general.
on.
The right half.
Yeah, for Niall Cullerton, when he's on double top, should he be aiming for the bottom wire, basically, rather than risking being above it and blocking it?
For his level, he should be aiming to the right half of it.
81.
Because if he pulls it a little bit, he's still got room to manoeuvre. But if he was to aim for the middle, he's risking the way that the dart flies towards the double 5. You've got to know how your darts behave.
And of course, if you miss
58.
inside, then you get a clear look at a different target.
If he misses high and right, he's got more chance of hitting it than high left. So that would be my advice for him on tops.
140.
Create a little mark in your own eye and look at the logo of Winmore above tops. I think the mark you should be going for is under the right-hand side of the M. You can see it like an
59.
upside down W. On the right-hand side, next to the A, that's the line he should be going for. And by
81.
talking of that, he should be going for the 60, but the right half of it. I know there's people out there thinking, well, the treble 20 is small. Surely you just go for the middle. It doesn't work that way if you want to be a top-level dart player.
96.
Yeah, Taylor used to stack. Some players like to go from right to left. Others need it high. I think one of the best examples of
133.
the contrast in the perfect first dart in the treble 20 was that glorious Grand Slam game between Phil Taylor and Adrian Lewis, where they were hitting 180s pretty much every visit. All of Phil Taylor starting at the bottom of the bed and all of Adrian Lewis is starting at the top.
Absolutely right.
100.
Right, this game
No, we
was
required 66.
twisted and turned, but Cullerton might be about to twist the knife here in Richard Rowland's chances of qualifying.
46.
There's Niall wishing he had a fourth dart. Well, unfortunately, that's against the rules. But I guarantee you this. If Niall doesn't win this game now, Lee Cox is going to have a very different mindset when he comes back to the hockey after this.
180. No, we required 20.
Third leg in a row, he's had match darts.
No score.
And he doesn't get across the line.
Richard, you require 8.
Well, I'm sure Lee Cox in particular will be shaking his head a little bit. Niall might want to give him a wide berth when he walks back through the practice room. Because Richard Rowland has managed to sneak it. A total turnaround in that tie. Cullerton led it 3-0. Rowland has managed to work his way back into the match, and in doing so makes it 3 from 3 today, and that sees him move back in to the top 2. Rowland's behind Robinson, both on 12 points. So Cox, who looked like he would have the advantage, now has to win the game that's coming up after the break. He takes on Richard Hosey. Don't go anywhere. This is getting tight. Well, that man there, Lee Cox, might have been through an emotional rollercoaster during the previous game. He saw Niall Cullerton lead the rival for that top 2 spot in this group, Richard Rowlands, 3-0. Rowlands, though, has managed to force his way back into the game, surviving match darts in the process, and it puts all the pressure back on Cox because he might have had this game as a bit of a free hit. Now, Paul Nicholson, he might have to win it.
I think he does have to win it. Probably not a bad time to play Rich Hosey, who hasn't had a good day at all. However, this is all about Lee. Every single percentage that you can think of in this game is about the man in blue. Because if he plays well, I believe he wins this match.
First leg, it's Richard to throw
But
first.
if he believes he's been unlucky at the fact that Cullerton lost that game against Richard, he might infect this game. He must stay focused like he did against Gilbert van der Meijden in Game 6. He plays like that, he'll be fine. Because that was a very fine performance.
And allow me also to point out that Lee's final 2 games were against Niall Cullerton and Rhys Robinson, who've both shown
40.
some excellent stuff today.
And Richard has got Gilbert in Game 11 and then Robinson in Game 15.
57.
By that time, Robinson might be safe. But then again, he might not. There is a possibility that Rowlands and Cox go through and Robinson fails.
Yeah, Robinson back
100
in the next game against Gilbert van der Meijden, who has lost both of his games so far. Then that crucial contest with Cox is game 12 of the day.
100.
And all of those players are involved in the last 2 matches. This could go right down to the death. There's Lee Cox against Cullerton, the penultimate match. Rhys Robinson, Richard Rowlands, the last game.
96. Richard, you require 123.
Yeah, starting up top because Cox is not on a finish.
66.
That's worked out very okay. We've levelled criticism at people's counting this week, but every now and again, somebody like Hosey does something very intelligent.
95.
He's eliminated bullseye possibilities
57.
by using the 25 early in the leg. Double top.
Well, I think he thought that was in.
37. You require 100.
Where's he going here? Look at this.
80.
It was
you require
gaping.
20.
After that first dart goes in, you expect the next one to follow. Double 5 is the next door neighbour.
Game shot on the first leg.
And creates havoc at the start of this one. Lee Cox must answer.
Second leg is Lee to throw first.
This is where I believe positive self-talk comes in, you know. Because you and I both know players, Murph, who will come into this match based on what we've just seen in Game 7. Oh, well, my luck's not in today. It's not going to be my day. You can't think that way.
31.
You've got no control over the other games, so just affect the ones that you play in. So you come onto this stage, you focus on what you've done.
60.
I played really well in my previous match. I'm going to do that again. It's about the way the sentences start. I will, I am. Those kind of things can be very powerful.
It's one of the reasons I think that a lot of darts players practice wearing earphones, listening to music, stuff like that, just to stay in their own bubble. Because look, they're only human beings at the end of the day, so it's very hard for Lee Cox not to have been aware of what was going on in the previous game, and that whether he wants it to or not, affecting his mindset going into this one.
As someone who was at the forefront of wearing earphones at the start of their career, there was actually an article published in the PDC World Grand Prix program, I think it was back in 2010, about myself, Kev Painter and Wes Newton in the use of headphones to get focused.
58.
Used an awful lot these days. But I changed my tactics and stopped using them because I found that I needed to get used to the
59.
white noise around me a bit more. So I was more in tune with the room instead of listening to motivational tunes.
46.
And towards the end of my 2018 season, I found that more beneficial than listening to music.
100.
Well, you can quickly forget as well, Cox ready to strike in this second leg of the game.
44. Lee require 90.
Interesting to see the route here. 170 is the biggest finish of them all. And Cox decides he'll therefore go that way
Game
and pulls it
shot
off
second
perfectly.
leg. Lee Cox.
As we see up north, not wrong with that.
The leg, it's Richard to throw first.
There's an awful lot going on in that dart shirt. It looks quite normal when you first look at it.
121.
But if you study it, there's a whole heap of Coxie nicknaming going on. He's got Chelsea on there. Kids' names.
60.
Sponsors. It's like a piece of art.
And in contrast, nothing going on at all on Richard Hosey's attire.
40.
It's rather dapper, isn't it?
It is rather dapper. I suppose if he forgets his driving license and he needs to identify himself, there's plenty on there to help him out.
140.
It's not minimalist, but it is a decent shirt.
Not sure it counts as voter ID if he walks into the polling station wearing it next week.
100.
Did you ever hear that story about Phil Ivey in Melbourne? You know Phil Ivey, the very famous poker player, one of the best in the world? He went for a slice of pizza at Crown Casino in the break of the Aussie Millions. Came down the escalator to the basement where the competition was taking place. He was refused entry back into the casino because he didn't have ID. He's about 6.5 foot tall.
Only doing his job,
60.
the security guard.
And do you know how he got in? Phil Ivey says, "Look at the poster. That's me."
I've got a better one than that. I will share it in the next leg. I'm sure many of you heard it before.
139.
62 for Cox when he returns.
Go for 12s.
140.
That's a very good single.
Lee records
And a great
62.
approach.
But this could be the moment. That's okay. Don't let it bother you.
30.
You can't say through it badly.
required 40.
After that dart, he could have been 3-0 up.
Game
But he's
shot the
2-1
third
down.
leg. Richard Hosey.
The swings in this sport, they can have you eaten up. But even though he is
Full leg, it's
2-1
Lee to
down,
throw first.
Lee has remained really stoic. He's not lost focus.
Yeah, once upon a time,
45.
many, many years ago, there was once someone pulled over for speeding. I don't know if you've heard this story. And the officer tapped on the window, said, "Who do you think you are? Sterling Moss?"
77.
He said, "Well, as it happens, yes, I am." And that's true.
Seriously. That's a great story.
100.
Yeah, two of the greatest F1 drivers, named after towns in Scotland. Sterling Moss, Lewis Hamilton.
94. 85.
There is actually a town called Leigh in England, isn't there? Spelled differently. Leigh, it's up in the northwest. I think it's a rugby league town.
96.
Now, this is a number that should start on 19s. He's got an opponent ahead of him. Why, you might ask, would he start on 19s? You get 4 of them. You have the
60.
ability to use the bullseye with the last dart to create a finish. 101 is the magic number. 76 downstairs with 4 19s and a 25 is 101. Use the bullseye at the
29.
end to create the opportunity. Lee Cox has not got that in his arsenal right now, and it's something that maybe he should be able to learn for the rest of the year.
60.
Well, he's only left 151. You mentioned he could have been 3-0 up in this game. He could actually find himself 3-1 down. And that treble makes that
You require
even more likely. May have to
151.
pull a big finish out of the bag here.
43.
This
Richard,
is
you
not a
require
good situation
109.
for Lee Cox now. However, he has been given a look at 108. He did beat Rich Hosey yesterday. He was the first person to beat him in this group.
69.
He didn't have
He
to play that
required
well to beat him. He
108.
just got enough chances. Had 9 double attempts and hit 4 of them. He's not getting one in this leg, potentially, as Rich Hosey will come back for tops and 3-1.
44.
Well, again, questions have been asked of Lee Cox. So far this week, he has answered every single one of them, but this may be the biggest yet. Because Hosey now has the darts to beat him and leave him 2 points adrift of the top 2.
To throw first.
And it's not as if
Game on.
Hosey is playing the best game of his group. He's mid-70s.
There's no need to panic yet for Lee. Even if he does lose this game,
100.
let's not forget that Robinson and Rowlands have to play each other.
So then he needs whoever wins that match
100.
to win again after that.
Not necessarily, because one of them plays him.
Yeah, fair point.
But yeah, because they play each other, it means that one of them will stay within 2 points of him, whatever the outcome.
But at the minute, if we do this in real time, he's the one that is the most likely not to qualify at this point in time.
41.
And that was not the case as little as 20 minutes ago.
And the other thing is their game isn't until the very end of the day, so he's going to have to make sure he wins before that, isn't he?
140.
Could still win here. Let's not write him off yet, but he's going to need at least 2 trebles here just to get in the same postcode.
60.
Now that focus is starting to break.
Yeah, we haven't seen this from him this week yet, the head
56.
shaking.
We do have to pay tribute to Richard. He's done a job here.
Needs the treble.
100.
Would have left to
Richard,
finish now.
require
Hosey's got the
130.
luxury of 6 darts at 130.
Interesting. 2 of those would have left double 8.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever really seen that route, but you can understand it in that position.
82.
Yeah, just a couple of times I've seen it from some creative cats, but I wouldn't put Richard Hosey in that house. But he might be in the house at 4-1 if he finds
81.
double 16 or
Richard,
tops
require
next.
48.
Just been a dart, hasn't there, every visit? Wow, well, that's a dart in favour of Cox.
32.
He's at the little bit
They
of luck he
require
needed.
119.
That really was a bad first start. Make the most of it, Lee. And he can't.
59. Richard, you
Could have
require
been
16.
drastically in front at the start, but now he might be beaten.
Game
Is
shut out of the
beaten.
match.
I don't
Richard
think many
Hosey.
saw that coming. Richard Hosey, who lost his first 2 matches today, inflicts a 4-1 defeat on Lee Cox, who, well, things were looking up for him. Now, he could be in a spot of bother because that defeat sees him 2 points behind the top 2, and one of them is going to play next, a game in hand for Rhys Robinson. He could be pretty much uncatchable by Cox if he defeats Gilbert van der Meijden after this. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where that defeat for Lee Cox before the break has just eased any pressure really on Rhys Robinson. A win here, and he has more than a foot in finals night. And he's taken on a player that hasn't got any points yet today, Gilbert van der Meijden, whose week, Paul, has kind of fizzled out, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, he's like an open bottle of Coca-Cola over the course of 2 or 3 days. He's looking pretty flat right now. He's not going to qualify for Saturday. So now, how does he affect who does qualify? He could throw a Mentos into the Coke if he beats Rhys Robinson now. If he can keep him at 12 points, I know Lee Cox will be very grateful.
Yeah, Rhys can take himself away from the drama. Lee Cox
First leg, it's Gilbert
missing the chance to make it a three-way tie at the top before the break there.
Yeah, this is going to be their last meeting of the week.
41.
And Cox could find himself with 2 games to go, 4 points behind both of the top 2.
140.
And here's the funny thing. He might be out, but it's actually Gilbert who has the
60.
biggest say in the next 3 games. Just because you're out doesn't mean you don't have a say.
Yeah, Gilbert can help Lee Cox out big time, can't he? Plays both Rhys Robinson and Richard Rowlands.
Absolutely.
40.
I think ultimately, Gilbert, when he leaves here this week, he'll remember Monday, but for the rest of the week, he'll probably banish it.
140.
Well, Rhys looking very, very good.
65. Rhys require 81.
With a hat-trick of ton 40s to leave 81 after 9. To leave 36 after 10.
Game
And to go out in 11. What a start.
Rhys Robinson.
That did not take long. Most 11 darters don't.
Second leg, it's Rhys to throw first. Game on.
Comes from a part of the country that boasts a great deal of talent. You think about the east of England. You talk about counties like Lincolnshire, Humberside,
57.
eastern part of Yorkshire, Nottinghamshire potentially.
East Riding, we call it up there, Paul. Thank you.
Okay.
60.
Is your county the only county in the country that has a rivalry with themselves?
100.
Yeah, well, it's big enough to be, isn't it?
They say there's a
58.
north-south divide in England. There's actually an east-west divide in Yorkshire.
Having said that, I'm a West Yorkshire boy and support a football team from South Yorkshire.
81.
So maybe not then. There is a north-south divide up north as well. It's called the River Tyne. That's the
100.
divider. This is a good performance from Rhys.
100.
And the most encouraging thing about it is that he looks comfortable. I don't mean on the score. I mean physically.
Yeah, this is brilliant so far. This is kind of what we've been waiting for from Rhys Robinson.
123. Rhys record 129.
His best performances were in defeats on Monday, and he hasn't really found that form since. But he's found it here because Rhys Robinson
Second leg. Rhys Robinson.
suddenly hits a hot streak. That's 3 double 18s in 2 legs.
Third leg, it's Gilbert to throw first.
How many is he going to get? If he wins another 2 legs like that, he could have
140.
7. I hasten to say that's probably never been done. And every now and again, it just looks like he's in the mood.
Well, I was just going to say, this is what he was doing on Monday before he had those defeats. Playing to levels near this. And the first start we're going to treble 20, he was already thinking 9 darter, and that's what that looked like there. Look at the gap in standard.
Yeah, when he gets that first start right, he can be a remarkable player.
180.
I'm not going to get too carried away. But Gilbert was one of the players that stunted him on Monday. And this will be the final act of their rivalry for the week. Looks like Reese might have the final say.
140.
It's got to be 5-18.
Well, this is remarkable.
It is remarkable, but the average is about to go down, no matter what he does.
Yeah, what are you doing, Reese? It's another double 18. Is it 3 of them already?
Game shot in the third
Right,
leg.
4 in 3 legs. Is this something he's now got in his head? I think it probably is by the fact he went that route. No, that stat's wrong. That stat is wrong. He's actually 4 out of 3.
This might be one of the best performances we've ever seen at the Modus Super Series. And this is all about the ceiling
60.
that he has in this format. He's one of the premier players when he's in the right mood, when he's fit, healthy, and raring to go.
96.
If he can get over the line in this leg and post a huge number,
58.
people have got to take notice. Because this is a guy who's got multiple weekly titles.
60. $135.
It's the day, isn't it? It's the day just to put everybody else on notice. He spoke at the start of the show that he just wants to qualify. That's all he's thinking about today. But if he does it with a little bit of style and a few big numbers, suddenly we start talking about Reese Robinson as a potential winner tomorrow night. Because, let's be honest, he hasn't really been in that conversation most of the week.
96.
Not since Monday morning. How many times have we seen it? Someone finishes 6th in Group A, and they're not out of the reckoning at all.
$102.
Interesting. Does he go 14?
Or does he go 50?
Do yourself a favour, Reese. Go for 14.
139, which require 50.
He wants the double 18 again.
$14.
He was thinking about it.
Require 48.
But he might be pegged back just a little bit by the Dutchman. And
On the
is.
fourth leg. Gilbert van der
You're
Mark.
never safe at 3-0 up, no matter what you're doing. Ask Niall Cullerton.
Fifth leg, it's Gilbert to throw first. Game on. $60.
One thing that did happen in leg 4 is that he
57.
lost his first start a little bit. As a result of that, he didn't look as likely to get massive scores.
58.
If he finds that first start again, Gilbert will lose. Just losing the line now.
43.
And it just goes to show, doesn't it? If you want to become world champion, you've got to put in
81.
3-leg bursts like Reese has done in this match multiple times.
92. $84.
Another. Couldn't find it. So still a way back here for Van der Meijden.
133.
That's a good visit. I'd rather have 122 than 176.
60.
Just imagine the chaos in this table if Gilbert can turn this around. Well, 25 leaves 97. I can understand what he's doing there. But if you get the bullseye or the 25, you still need another treble. He's forgotten about double 18 now. He's forgetting about winning this game with procession.
80.
Because he might not win it.
40.
Van der Meijden. 3 clear at tops.
Game shot on the
Misses
fifth
one,
edge.
hits the second.
Gilbert Van der Meijden.
I've seen games turn around today.
Sinclair gets Reese to throw first.
Trying to predict world-class darts. We have tried for decades. It is very, very difficult. Think about the 1989 World Championship final. Think about the 2007 Lakeside
60.
final. You think it's all over, and then all of a sudden, it's got more drama than EastEnders.
125.
Well, that attack here from the Dutchman. Robinson thought he had it in the bag. That's the perfect dart, though. Unable to use it.
$100.
The closer this is, the more Rowlands and Cox are involved in the possibility of winning the group. It's not just about qualifying. That's what they will be thinking about, but winning the group does have its benefits.
140.
And look who's first to the finish again. Having 2 darts for the match at double 18 seems like a lifetime ago.
140.
For the man from Hull.
Gilbert, you record 136.
Hoping to get a go at the 101.
27. Richard require 101.
Which he will. And he may get more than one go.
Options. And the option is tops.
That's interesting, isn't it? Because as soon as he missed
61.
double 18, he stopped going for it.
Require 109.
Could have left it again there.
This is a match extending shot. But it may not be extended.
Richard require 40.
So tops to increase his lead at the top. And Reese Robinson is almost certain of a place now at finals night on Saturday. A 4-2 win against Gilbert Van der Meijden, who is condemned to his 3rd straight defeat today from as many matches. And it was the performance of the day from Robinson. The 129 was sublime. He, in the end, averages 98.9, a really glittering display, and that's a win that keeps him 2 points clear of Richard Rowlands, but more importantly 4 points clear of 3rd place Lee Cox. Rowlands back in action in a couple of games' time, but before that Richard Hosey will face Niall Cullerton.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the net. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
1 seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
No Bosch.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's
there.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where there are 6 fixtures left to play in Group C. And in the first 9, here is what has happened. Well, Rhys Robinson has managed to win all 3 of his, as has Richard Eric Rowlands. But Lee Cox finding it tough in that battle for the top 2. Having been there at the start of the day, he is only 1 from 3 and now may need to beat Robinson and indeed Niall Cullerton towards the end of the day. If we take a look at the table, you'll see Lee Cox is now in 3rd place, 2 behind Rowlands, and Robinson looks as good as through, really, with that 4-point gap to himself. Everybody else already eliminated from that race, including the 2 players that are on the stage right now. And they are Niall Cullerton and Richard Hosey, and you have to say, despite that brilliant win for Hosey over Cox in his previous game, that Cullerton has probably been amongst the most impressive players of the day.
Absolutely right. He's seen the best performance of the group in the previous match from Rhys Robinson, 98.9 average. A very good display that could have been a lot better. However, he's not grumbling right now at the top of the table on 14 points. Rich Hosey, though, has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons by beating Cox in Game 8. No big bearing on this one. However, if Cullerton can win, he could hurdle Gilbert van der Meijden in 5th and take himself off the bottom of the table.
Game on.
He might even have a chance of getting over Richard into 4th at some point before the end of play. But if he doesn't beat Richard,
96.
that's not going to happen.
Yeah, speaking about players' mentality, I just want to touch on
60.
the Rhys Robinson mentality this week, because it could have affected a player, couldn't it? The way things went wrong in Group A for him. But his attitude in Group C has been spot on.
97.
It's almost like he was a Premier League footballer on Monday morning. On Wednesday, he was relegated to the Championship.
96.
He has taken his little slice of humble pie and said, well, I wasn't good enough to graduate to Group B. I will play the players that I've got. And then when I get promoted to Saturday, I will try and show people what I can really do.
60.
But there are certain people who come here to Saturday night and they turn into different beasts, don't they?
140.
People like Littler. People like McEwen. People like Harrison.
Yeah, and many of them may be on Saturday night this week. So watch out. Watch out, Cullerton here, though.
$47. I only require 145.
His last 2 games are against Hosey and Cox.
85. Richard, you
Just
require
how
10.
big is that game going to be for Niall?
Game shot on the first.
He is
leg.
1-0 down
Richard
now
Hosey.
to Richard Hosey, who will finish up against Gilbert.
Second
His
against
fate
Niall
is
to
sealed.
throw first. Game on.
But if he can win his last 2 matches, he will cement 4th position, which is very respectable in a table like this. And for someone who applies his trade in ADC exclusively,
37.
it's almost as if this is what he wants to achieve by just getting here. If he can continually get here, might be able to raise his level over time. He's only 40. Still got plenty of time.
$140.
Who is the oldest weekly winner here, by the way?
Good question.
Must be somebody in their late 50s.
98.
Because McEwen's over 50. Hendo's over 50. Adams hasn't won a weekly title in Portsmouth. He's 68. Montgomery's over 60. We'll see him later.
121.
He'd like another tilt at a Saturday night. This is better. Doesn't get any better.
180.
Richard looking for the unnecessary 171.
126. Niall, you're required 78.
That's a hat tip to Andreas Harrison's interview on Monday morning. But this
66.
was for 1-1.
Richard, you require 77.
Got to be 18 bull. Guarantees the shot. And
Game
guarantees a
shot, the
2-0
second
lead.
leg. Richard
Well, he's
Hosey.
turning it on towards the end of the day, isn't he? The end of his campaign.
The leg, it's
We know three
Richard to
players
throw first.
that
Game
won't be
on.
there now. Paul, time maybe for your assessment of them, what they can do, what they can learn, and whether or not you fancy them to come back and maybe make a Saturday next time.
Yeah, I think Cullerton has
86.
just got a bit of work to do before he comes back again. He's got to figure out his lies and his tendencies. If he's going to stay with this kit, which he has assured me he will,
81.
did some good stuff this week. But I think the right side of his targets have got to be where he leans now. He's got to figure out when to switch and do it in rhythm.
140.
As for Gilbert, I think he's got to work on that follow through. It's just a little bit kinked to the left-hand side. He doesn't follow through on the straight line.
121.
He follows through, and his eagerness to go towards his retrieval hand, that's something that he's going to have to work on. As for Hosey, I don't want to categorise him as, say, an old dog that won't be able to learn new tricks, but I think he just needs to keep what he's doing.
60. Richard, you require 170.
I don't see a massive amount of weaknesses in his game. I think he just needs to believe in himself.
56.
Well, he's got plenty to believe at the moment because the last couple of games he's played really well.
139.
Yeah, great darts there from the Irishman.
114.
This is for 3-0 though. Something that Niall knows a few things about. He could go 45 bull here. But why would you when you can do that? This is for a Shanghai on 19s.
95. Niall, you require 100.
Double top. What could have been 3-0 could still
60.
be. And that is the
Richard, you
shot
require 90.
he's got to figure out. Double 8.
Game shot
And
in the third
Hosey
leg.
is
Richard
making this
Hosey.
place his home. He won 4 legs out of
The
5
flag
in
is
his
Niall
previous
to throw
match, and he's
first.
3-0 up now. Oh, how things have changed after the first couple of rounds today.
$100.
Still thinking about your question about the oldest player to have won here. Thinking of players who also play on the seniors too. So we've got Jim Long, obviously, just last week. Senior
60.
age. Colin
Howson.
Osborne. Hasn't won a week here, has he, Howson?
Oh, he hasn't, has he? He's been to a final.
Yeah, Colin Osborne.
He's 49 now.
60.
He's 49 this weekend, in fact.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
I thought he played in seniors before. Sorry, Colin.
81.
Jim McEwen.
Jim McEwen, obviously, yep. John Henderson. Matt Clark.
Good shout.
Wayne Jones.
41.
That could be the answer.
58 years of age.
That's going to take some stopping.
Yeah, McEwen's 57,
53.
Clark's 56.
So it could be Wayne Jones, someone who we have already mentioned today.
$85.
If Martin Adams was to win a week at some point, that would never be beaten. But then again, Paul Lim is still winning tournaments at the age of 70.
57.
By the way, another little side note for this week is that Andreas Harrison has won his week in stages 5, 6, and 7. Didn't play in one of the Champions weeks, but
46.
he's looking for 4 straight weekly wins in series, Andreas Harrison.
And that would equal the record, wouldn't it, with Steve West?
He'll be here on Saturday night. Hope you can be here too. If you can't, make sure you are tuned in. 7:30 the action gets underway on Saturday here on the Super Series YouTube channel. And we are set for another fantastic evening of arrows.
83.
Can Rich
Richard
Horsey
require 158.
finish this game with a real flourish? That doesn't get any better. He'd be disappointed not to get a shot at double 19 after that first
98.
shot.
Niall, you require 86.
That makes things a lot harder. Too hard, apparently.
26.
Hosey in this game
You require 60.
is 50% on doubles. Which means he'll probably hit this.
50.
But for a change, he doesn't.
Niall, you require 60.
This has got to go in. Just glance it in off that. Slide it in. There you go.
Gauge on the 4 flag. Niall Cullerton.
As soon as he gets the high single, that double top grows for him.
Richard to throw first. Game on.
He can essentially hit the same dart, just a tiny bit higher, and then just run it in like an aeroplane.
93.
And now he's looking to do to Hosey what Rowlands did to him in Game 7. Winning from 3-0 down.
99.
The name of that
95.
venue on the back of Cullerton's shirt has reminded me of the fact that we have had other Irish dart players on the PDC Tour and beyond over the last few years that may have gone unnoticed.
180.
Remember Egan O'Neill? Do you remember Connie Finnan?
I do, yeah.
Some great Irish dart
93.
players that don't necessarily get any headlines anymore, but people who have done stuff.
Well, you said you used to model yourself on Tom Kirby. They used to all
95.
play in his memorial tournament, didn't they, at the World Grand Prix, being the final of it?
I don't even think they run that anymore, you know. It's a real shame.
As is that.
Another one I mentioned is Jack O'Barry. Do you remember
63.
him? He used to always love the Grand Prix because they used to have qualifying
127.
spots for the Grand Prix in Dublin for the Irish. They don't have those anymore because it's not even set in Ireland, which is a real shame as well.
102.
Cullerton there
Richard
giving it a
Require
go.
157.
I'll be seeing another game here where a player looks like they're in total control and the match is pretty much won. Surrendering that advantage. We've seen that happen in a few fixtures today
59.
with different
Niall, you require
outcomes.
25.
We've seen the comeback completed. We've seen Cullerton himself come back from 3-0 behind but then lose the last leg to Richard Rowlands.
Game shot on the 5th
Well,
leg.
he's won 2
Niall
after being 3
Cullerton.
down.
6th leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
The one thing that will make Niall feel better about losing from 3-0 up is if he can do it to somebody else. The cutthroat nature of this
95.
sport is that there must be a winner. There are no draws like the Scotland and England games from the last couple of days. It's amazing how a draw can feel like a loss, by the way.
93.
I think it's one of the reasons why so many people involved in this sport are so frustrated that it's not bigger in the United States, because it is a game that doesn't have draws. And people in North America can't stand sport that doesn't have a winner. You go to a hockey
56.
game, it's a draw after extra time, they have a shootout. In American football, there is a possibility of a draw, but you have to
88.
be drawn after overtime. They don't have draws in baseball.
$134.
And we don't have draws at the Modus Super Series. Ever.
40.
If Hosey doesn't get a hold of this match, he could easily lose it in the next 3 minutes.
46. Niall, you require 138.
98 he will take.
60.
60 I'm not so sure of. Biggest finish of the game so far was 77 for Richard.
60.
This
Niall,
time he
you
doesn't get
require
into two-dart
78.
territory. But Niall's already there.
Just the one dart.
38. Richard, you require 112.
Both of these players have had trouble on finishes, missing big numbers at times. As I was saying.
38. Now you require 40.
Now where does this first dart go? Double five.
Game
And we
shot
go
the
the distance.
sixth leg. Niall Cullerton.
It's happening again in a game involving Niall.
Seventh and final leg is Richard.
When he lost that game in
Game
in
on.
game 7, in 7 legs, he didn't have the darts in the last leg. Sorry, he did have the darts in the last leg. He doesn't have them this time.
180.
And that's exactly what Niall did not want to hear.
Well, it's repeating again, isn't it? The match he had against Rowlands earlier on. Couldn't find himself 3-0 behind, bounced back.
43.
Oh no, that was the other way around, wasn't it? Wasn't he 3-0 ahead in that game? Yeah, Rowlands came back. We've seen other games where players have hit back.
Beautiful 140. That gets him back in the leg.
He doesn't look like a relaxed kind of guy, Richard Hosey, but he has been much more firm in his throw today.
He's got the look of someone that you wouldn't want to bump into
41.
under bad circumstances, but I get the feeling he's a bit of a gentle giant. This is a sport that's full of them.
95.
It's not a bad position to be in. But a couple of slack darts in the last 2 visits have cost him an easier finish to get this done in 5 visits.
100. Richard, you require 83.
I wonder. And what I was wondering was,
67.
having seen the trend for 3
Niall, you
tops
require 120.
this week, is Niall Cullerton going to join the party? Now he's going to go bull.
70.
To me,
Richard, you
that is
require
not peacockery.
16.
That actually made sense. Just like that did. Hosey was 3-0 up.
Hosey.
He was pegged back, but he does take the last leg decider. And he's done himself a favour by getting to 8 points in 4th position. He's not going to be caught in that regard unless a certain Gilbert van der Meijden wins his last 2 games. And with him playing Richard Rowlands next, that has connotations for the top of the table as well.
hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the net. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through, he gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the action in Portsmouth. And now this game is all about Richard Eric Rowlands, because if he wins this one, he causes a massive headache for Lee Cox. He's already got one, really, because he's got to play Rhys Robinson next. And it could all be said and done in the next 2 games. If Richard wins this match and Robinson wins the next one, Cox will not catch the top 2. That defeat that he had to Rich Hosey in Game 8, it really has changed the spectrum of this table, possibly for good. But Gilbert, if he wins his next 2 matches, he'll not only do Cox a favour, but he could indeed beat Rich Hosey to 4th position in the table, Murph.
Yeah, absolutely. An opportunity to do that, but it's
First
a long shot at the moment. Would have to turn his day around
Game
totally
on.
and win each of those games, as you say. But this is interesting, this battle for the top 2. Just looking at Rhys Robinson, 4 points clear of Lee Cox and 8 legs clear of him as well.
100.
Although there are 2 games left to play, so there is still opportunity that he doesn't go through.
45.
And he has got the most difficult finish to the day, hasn't he? Playing both of the players that are chasing. We haven't really spoke about that.
$60.
I think Rowlands and Robinson would much prefer to have it done before the final round, before things get really sticky.
84.
But if I may be frank, I know my name's Paul, but I'm going to be frank. The levels that we've seen from Cox, from Rowlands,
100.
you don't necessarily think that that's good enough to win a Saturday night. Whereas Robinson is starting to prove to us that he's still got the A-list stuff in him.
95.
We do have to grade people against Andreas Harrison, Henderson, John O'Shea from last night. Based on what we've seen so far this week, it's more likely that we get a weekly winner from Robinson, Group B, or
96.
Andreas Harrison. Unless somebody's got something else to say.
$58. Richard, you require 145.
Gilbert van der Meijden is the only person to date who has not won a match. So maybe this is the right time to play him.
$59.
A 59 score for Richard. If that's mirrored by Gilbert, he'll get to a finish as well, but he's got better than that.
87.
He's left himself
Richard,
on
you
something
require 86.
rather sparkly.
So those unique darts of Richard Rowland's been chucked. I was going to say
54.
towards the
Gilbert, you
18s
require
again there, but he decided
132.
against it with Gilbert on this finish. Interesting. Very interesting.
92. Richard,
That would have been an
require
in-your-face shot.
32.
That was a bold gamble by Richard. Not even sure that was gambling responsibly. He's doubling down on double eight. And finding it as
On the
well.
first leg. Richard
That was
Rowlands.
tightrope stuff in the first leg from Richard Rowlands.
You were talking about the fact that most players
Second
wouldn't want to
Gilbert to
use
put
his
first.
darts earlier today. Well, that dart swap challenge you referenced earlier in the show is now available on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, so have a look at that after today's play.
81.
And I think the funniest one, not to give away too much of a spoiler, was watching John Henderson trying to deal with somebody else's equipment. Well worth a watch, along with all the great content here. And the best way to make sure you're the first to see it is to
100.
subscribe. Be one of our almost 50,000 subscribers. Give us a thumbs up and make sure you've clicked that notification bell as
100.
well.
I'm sure when we get very close to 50,000, I can rustle up a prize for one of the subscribers.
There we go, you heard it here first. A steak dinner as cooked by Paul Nicholson, and he will provide the company as well.
81.
Or were you thinking a dart shirt or something?
I wasn't thinking state dinner. They're quite expensive, those things. Can't even afford the china.
52.
So spread the word. Let people know if they don't watch us on a regular basis. Just subscribe and you can watch whenever you want. And watch all of the fringe
60.
content as well. Might give you a chuckle. Might be educational for you as well, based on certain players. It's not just the Super Series talent that come here. We've got
98.
content with the likes of Martin Lukeman from the tour, Joe Cullen, Johnny Clayton, and others.
Yeah, and of course the one that everybody wants to watch, Luke Littler. Plenty of Luke the Nuke content.
58. Go what you require 107.
We're going to get plenty of content next week from On the Stage because Richie Burnett's in town.
125.
I see that it's doing the rounds this week of should Littler be in the England squad. It was inevitable that was going to happen.
Well, we'll come back to that in a moment.
140.
Not that question in particular,
45.
but something in relation to the World Cup of Darts.
Double 16.
13.
He's
Richard
wondering
requires
what happened on that first
62.
on, as am I.
Hey, it wasn't a near miss, was it? It was a miss by miles. Double 16 for Richie Rowley.
46. Gilbert, you require 32.
To take the lead with a hold.
Game shot
Yeah,
the
that'll do
second
very
leg.
nicely.
Gilbert van der Meijden. The leg it's Richard to throw first.
Do you have an opinion about Littler in the England squad?
I get that it's all done on merit, and he's not quite there yet, so I think it's the right thing. However, my little suggestion, and I don't think it's time
57.
yet, but I think in a few years, if you are going to freshen up the World Cup again, it has just been freshened up, more teams, all pairs, is about maybe having a 3-player team,
100.
and not every player plays every match.
I'd go in a different direction. I'd say that the highest ranking player from each country gets an automatic spot, and then
45.
that player gets to choose their teammate.
You're stirring the pot here, Paul, because you know full well that is going to create unintentional rivalry with players in other tournaments.
31.
Do I look like I care?
Well, that's interesting because, say, use the England example, say Humphreys did pick Littler, then what's that going to mean when him and Michael Smith meet each other on a big stage elsewhere?
Dart players get over things really quickly.
95.
Who would Dimitri have picked?
Good question. One that... do you know what?
41.
Do you know what? One thing that is quite soft in darts sometimes, and me in my position shouldn't really be saying this, but journalism, the questions that they get are so soft at times. Why is no one asking him that question? Why is no one saying, who do you want to be a partner at the World Cup?
100.
Well, somebody asked Josh Rock that a couple of months ago, and he said he wanted to play with Daryl
43.
Gurney, and he's not. Just so happens that Gurney has won today in Leverkusen against Marco Cantala, and has also been to a Pro Tour final in the last couple of weeks. But all after the fact that the Northern Ireland squad is going to be
60.
Dolan and Rock. I can understand why he said that he wants to play with Gurney, but do you think he's going to be happy playing with
81.
Dolan? I think he should be. The experience of the guy
44.
and the talent. I think the Welsh have got a really good shout next week. Johnny Clayton and Gerwyn Price. Looking for their third World Cup.
58. Gilbert, you require 105.
Someone's looking to win leg number 3.
57.
Now, can it be the bullseye or double
you
16 for
require
Richard?
86.
You like the second one. Here we go. Double 16 it is for leg 3.
Game
That's exactly what he finds. Very well done. Just a reminder, if you are just joining us, Richard Rowlands wins this game. He creates a 4-point cushion in the top half of the table from second to third. And Lee Cox, who plays next against Rhys Robinson, he is staring down the barrel right now of elimination again before Saturday. And it's all because he lost to Rich Hosey in Game 8.
41.
And we mustn't now forget that he lost to Rowlands in Game 2. Nobody in the top 3 is safe
55.
yet. But it's looking very good for Rhys and Richard. But twice today we've seen somebody take 3-0 leads in matches. And the games have gone the distance.
100.
I wonder where Gilbert thinks that this week has gone wrong.
42.
Because he was so full of beans come Tuesday morning when we were interviewing him ahead of day 2 in Group A. That morning, he did not play well in his first couple of matches.
80.
But he snapped that streak by playing well in round 3 and decently in round 4 as well. but it's not really worked out
180.
in Group C at all. He's only won 2 matches, and he's won none to date. He was never really in contention.
$95. Gilbert, you require 146.
He is in contention in leg 4.
130.
And he's in a good position now. That's a beautiful setup shot there from Gilbert.
$95. Gilbert, you require 16.
Now, does he get a chance at 90? This is not simple. It's just got harder.
No score.
So he does get a chance of 3-1.
Richard, you require 90.
Can he be caught with his hand in the cookie jar? Just keep on that line. 555.
80.
It's not cookie time yet.
Gilbert, you require 16.
So Van der Meijden looking to square up.
Shot on the 4 flag.
And we've been saying
Gilbert
all day
Van der
there's going to
Meijden.
be moments where the players out of the race are going to affect the games for players in the race. And that happened
Defence
earlier with Richard
to
Hosey
throw first.
defeating
Gable.
Lee Cox. Could it happen here against Rowlands and in favour of Cox?
$59.
Straight in the treble 20. Attacking the Rowlands throw.
137.
Someone in our chat is saying that I'm trying to cause problems with my World Cup idea. Have you never seen the NFL draft? Or the NBA draft, where people get choices?
Well, I agree with someone in the chat, to be honest.
60.
You don't like the idea of the captain getting in the choice?
I like it, but I just think it is a little bit of troublemaking going on. Problems waiting to happen.
40.
Well, people love it when teams are selected.
What about this? What about combining my idea and your idea? The captain is captain with a 3-man team and he gets to pick who plays with him or drops himself out.
I'm not against that.
40.
Imagine that. Imagine like taking your best players and leaving them on the bench.
Well, if we may use the drastic
100.
example, if Dimitri Vandenberg is the Belgian captain and he selects Huybrechts and De Decker, who do you think he's leaving on the bench?
He could select Huybrechts and Huybrechts.
That's a good point.
30.
And I know from personal experience they're a pretty good team.
Yeah, one of the most entertaining games ever between Team Australia and Team Belgium when
140.
the man alongside me and Kim Huybrechts were having their own battle and Simon Whitlock and Ronnie Huybrechts were reluctant to get involved, shall we say.
No, Ronnie got involved.
At the end, yeah. That is the beauty of pairs, though, isn't it?
100.
There can be so much going on the stage.
Absolutely.
What's going on here? Danger for Richard Rowlands.
69.
Oh, what a miss, what a mess.
I thought you were going to say high voltage. It is for a break of throw. And boy, does Lee Cox want Gilbert to win this match.
59. Gilbert, you require
But he
50.
cannot afford to be looking at the board right now. He must be on the board himself in the practice room, hoping this goes in.
9.
And
Richard, you
he can
require
affect his own
153.
table by beating Robinson next. Don't rely on what's happening on this board, first and foremost. Oh, don't look. But do look at double 18.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Richard Rowlands.
And that is how you wrestle control of a match and maybe
Sinclair gets
force
Gilbert
your
to
way
throw
through
first.
to finals night.
Gable.
It's official. Lee Cox might be cursed.
And he's watching this again. This is the match before he comes out to play. We got a slight theory that what happened last time Rowlands played before Cox, when he was 3-0 behind and went on to win that game against Cullerton, that maybe affected Lee Cox mentally a little bit. Well, that's got to hurt.
That's his biggest finish by quite some distance in this group. Believe it or not,
83.
I make his biggest finish in this group before that 153, 82. Or it might have been 8. Didn't he get 86 earlier in this game? So he's had his 2 biggest finishes
99.
in this group, in this match.
It might not be enough still. Van der Meijden first to a finish in leg 6. Had a real run of close encounters today. Doesn't like that.
17s should be the shot. You go 19s, you can't leave a finish now. You go 17s, get the single, you can. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to counting. Make sure that the last dart can leave a finish.
62.
So it just allows Gilbert a little bit of luxury, a little bit of breathing space. Although how long he'll have breathing space for, we'll find out after this dart.
Yeah, the walls are closing in.
137.
Again, I don't like that switch. Even though he's found it, I still think 17s is the shot. No shot at ball.
40.
And everything has come up Rowlands in the last couple of legs if he hits this.
Great dart, double 15. And that's usable. And used. And Richard Rowlands wins. And when it looked like Gilbert van der Meijden might be doing Lee Cox a favour, Richard Rowlands produced that absolute blockbuster checkout, the 153, to turn this tie around. Goes on to win the match 4-2. And in doing so moves 4 points clear of Cox, who now must win his next game, and it's against a table topper, Rhys Robinson, who would be through with victory in that one. A huge, huge match coming next. Do not go anywhere.
How have I gone from being top of the tree to not being able to let go of my darts? And I honestly think I'd just get destroyed on that tour. I think it would kill me confidence-wise.
You get in the top 2 of the development tour, you get offered a tour card.
Yeah.
Do you take it?
The woman of the moment, Bo Greaves, had a lovely chat with our very own Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar. That's available now on our Super Series YouTube channel. Plenty more fun content available as well. Make sure you are subscribed to enjoy it. But here at the Super Series in the live show, well, this is a match that could decide all in terms of who qualifies from Group C. It's not been the day that Lee Cox would have hoped for, but he can still turn it around. Cox is 4 points adrift of both Richard Rowlands and his opponent in this one, Rhys Robinson. If Cox wins, it's game on. If Robinson wins, then the deal is sealed. Both he and Rowlands would qualify, and Lee Cox would be heading out. So it's all or nothing for Cox, and Robinson is out to stop him.
Gets Lee to throw first. Game on.
By far the biggest fixture we've seen so far this week. Everything on the line.
95.
And it would be... The script is set, isn't it, Paul? The script is set that Lee Cox bows out at this point and once again fails to make it through to a Saturday night. However, we have seen twists and turns at times this week. And he goes into this match having only won one of his 3 games today. Both the players that he's chasing have won all of their games today. Yet, he's still got the chance to stop one of them going through.
As long as there's a chance.
94.
But I can exclusively reveal that when I was walking through this place in the last 5 minutes, the look on Lee Cox's face
41.
about that 1-5-3 finish in the previous match was one of, why did he have to go and hit that?
140.
But he's got a mountain to climb now. Robinson getting to 127 after 9 is a sign that he is in the mood again. Just like he was when he had the best performance of this group in game number 9.
77.
He's not going to go bull with 3 darts in hand, because it's not one of those games where you do this. This is about getting the job done.
He does have the full box of chocolates, doesn't he? Rhys Robinson. He's got a variety of different ways to take out the same shots. We've seen him go straight for the ball. We've seen him go 14 double 18. There he went 18 double 16. Cox starting to scratch his head, starting to try and shake out that all too familiar feeling, unfortunately for him, when it comes to this time on a Friday.
100.
I think he's getting to the point where he thinks he is cursed at this place.
95.
Look, we do appreciate everybody viewing and those who contribute to the chat, but if you can't behave, get out. You won't be missed.
180.
And nothing was missed there by Rhys Robinson.
We actually say the same to the players, don't we?
97.
If you can't behave, get out. I was once told that, by a tournament director.
And rightly so, Paul. You naughty, naughty boy.
Thanks for your help.
Well, Rhys Robinson isn't giving Lee Cox any help here, is he? What a start. 14 darter to break in leg 1. He's on an 11 dart hold in leg 2.
$41.
I just wonder if Lee has run out of positivity.
$60. We should require 40.
Double top for Robinson, and he's inching very, very close to Saturday night again in a quest for a 3rd weekly title and a 3rd Champions Week.
Game shot.
He threw that one differently.
Reece Robinson.
I think he's got more than a box of chocolates. He's almost got the
The
factory.
leg, it's Lee to throw first.
But in a strange way, Lee Cox can just
58.
free roll himself here to pinch a phrase from Reece Robinson earlier today, because he has to forget
95.
about the scenario and just try and win legs. If he loses 2 more, that's it. Don't go out defensively, tepidly. Go all out attack.
41.
You don't win darts matches trying to be defensive, that's for sure. Just ask him.
180.
I don't think he even knows the word defence.
Little smirk on the face of Lee Cox.
45.
His day will come here, I'm sure about that. Success on the Challenge Tour is a big indication of to what he can do. But he has got to get over that mental hurdle.
61.
He's done it on the Challenge Tour. There's no reason why he can't do it here. However, it is a slightly different discipline.
60.
And it is a lonely sport, darts, isn't it? Not many players, professional or otherwise, utilise the help that may be available. Coaches, sports psychologists,
57.
sports scientists, all those kind of things. It's almost frowned upon by the majority of darts players.
It's pathetic, isn't it? If I may speak candidly.
95.
It's not a weakness. We'll talk about it more in a second because Reece Robinson might be about to go 3-0 up.
88.
If there is somebody out there that can make you better and give you more success, why would you say no? Why?
180. Richard required 20.
Double 10. Employs the flat one.
No score.
But this time,
He
doesn't
required
find
22.
double 10. This is to keep the game very
Change on the
winnable.
third leg.
And Cox
Lee
is still
Cox.
part of this equation. I think he's wondering how.
Full flag, it's Reece to throw first.
So if we look at different departments of this sport specifically, first port of call, doctors. If there's something wrong with
89.
you physically, why would you not go and get it looked at? Because there are people out there who have these little injuries or niggles or conditions and they
100.
don't get them looked at. Secondly, mental health. This is a lonely sport, so sometimes you need to talk to people about how you
94.
feel. If you don't want it to be your peers, use somebody who's not part of the sport, who maybe has a little bit of insight.
41.
Coaches. If there's something technical that you think is a flaw, get it looked at. There are plenty of qualified coaches out there.
140.
There is a coaching system in place run by the Junior Darts Corporation where coaches are affiliated to different academies and there are private coaches available as well.
85.
Equipment. Ask the manufacturers. There is an answer to everything.
Well, let me just add my 10 cents before this leg ends, which it looks like it's about to.
138.
Nearly all of the stuff that you just spoke about is provided, or at least a link to it is provided by another thing that most dart players complain about, and that's the PDPA.
125. Richard
They
required
have got
40.
routes into all of these services, as Robinson
Game shot on the full flag. Reece
goes route
Robinson.
1, 13 dart leg. Lee Cox now has to win all
Fifth
3
leg, it's Lee
remaining.
to throw first. Game on.
He looks a bit downtrodden.
By the way, as a side note, if Robinson wins this match in this leg or the next one, then he will be confirmed as the winner of the group, which will mean he'll avoid
100.
Andreas Harrison in the group stage on finals night.
Probably a wise thing to do, I'd say. But just to throw my 10
40.
pence worth in to the PDPA debate, they arranged back in 2018, I think it was, for all of the tour card holders to
46.
have medical checks with a private company. The uptake on that was glacial. I thought, it's free. Go and get yourself checked out. Have a
32.
proper look up and down. And if it wasn't for that from the Professional Dart Players Association, I may not have found out about my familial high cholesterol. I will be on
60.
medication for the rest of my life because of that. And the reason I found it so soon was because of the PDPA.
140.
Lee Cox here finds himself in a position where he's got no other option, the point of no return.
81.
Win every remaining leg, or that's it. The rest of the day becomes a little pointless.
$123.
Now, Reece couldn't leave a finish after he hit the treble one.
85.
Who would you rather be? 129 or 166?
I think Reece Robinson would rather have 129. We saw him take that out spectacularly in his previous game. Now Lee Cox is going to have to take it out. Is it the same way? With two double 18s? Can't quite pull it off. And that could be that.
32.
And Reece Robinson rules the roost in Group C.
Reece Robinson.
He defeats Lee Cox to send him tumbling out of the tournament and qualifies, taking Richard Eric Rowlands with him. The 4-1 win, enough to condemn Cox to defeat, to another Modus Super Series visit without going to finals night. And Richard Rowlands can breathe easy ahead of his final game against Robinson, who will finish first in the table. Rowlands will finish second. Cox won't be at finals night. And we are going to fulfill our final 3 fixtures after this break.
Thank you for joining us once again. The final round of fixtures in Group C for Week 3 in Series 8 are upon us. But let's have a little look at what we've seen today, because now, after that 4-1 loss to Reece Robinson, Lee Cox is not going to make Saturday night here this week. There's a couple of fixtures in there that have cost him big. Both 4-1 losses. One against Hosey, one against Robinson. And with Richard Eric Rowlands getting the 4-2 victory against Gilbert van der Meijden, that has got him into the top 2 and he's not going to be displaced. So, the winner of Group A, Andreas Harrison, is now joined by the 2-time weekly winner, Reece Robinson, and Richard Eric Rowlands. As for Group B, a little bit later, Murph, we'll find out which 3 will go through from that one.
Absolutely, yep. In that group, Henderson and O'Shea leading the way. Montgomery and Morris still in contention in that group. A little conversation here with Richard Hosey. And the referee Owen Binks, he's just telling him where the treble 20 is because he hasn't managed to find it that much. No, he's had a better day today, hasn't he, to be fair? A little tongue-in-cheek there. But yeah, I think there have been signs from Hosey that he could be competitive in this kind of group in future.
I agree. He beat Niall Cullerton in Game 10 with his best performance of the group. 84.53. If he can find that a lot more often, and maybe just find a few extra points as well.
130.
There's no reason why he can't find a promotional position from Group C to a Saturday.
100.
I do expect to see him again. There have been many times in the past where we've seen these last games, when things have been settled, and they've been seen as an audition for another invitation in the future. However, Richard Hosey plays a lot of ADC darts, and he's a qualifier from that system. He will go back to the drawing board, and he will try and get back here again.
129.
Because that's what players do now.
Treble 20 will leave him the bullseye.
92. Richard to require 113. No score.
Oh, well. That little joke about the treble 20 didn't mean you hit it then, Richard.
Why didn't he go 16?
Game shot in the first leg.
I know he wanted a shot at double 18, but even that has brought out the smile from Hosey. He can see the funny side of it.
Second leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
One thing that is also assured is that Richard is going to be in 4th position.
59.
The big difference between himself and Lee Cox is such that he cannot catch 3rd. I've been speaking to a few people this week about the reputation of the Super Series outside these walls. We spend a lot of time in Portsmouth because we live close by. But I'm always intrigued to hear from people around Europe, around the world,
43,
as to what people think of it. And speaking to John Henderson on Wednesday, he said,
60.
All people say to him is, I want to go at that. And that's a good thing.
96.
So all you have to do is ask John, ask someone who's been here, how did you get there?
84.
How do I get there? If you want it that much, go and get it.
Well, that's exactly what these two players did. Van der Meijden and Richard Hosey, both winning ADC qualifiers.
157. $57. Richard, you require 88.
It's a fair old pace, this game. Oh, double 16.
56.
That's the Johnny Clayton route, by the way. He likes a double 18, double 16 shot. He's looking north. Perfect.
60.
But this time he can't get 2 double tops after getting 3 of them yesterday for a 120. This might be the longest dart he's ever thrown. And it's hit as well. Perfectly pitched there from Richard.
Do you ever do that thing in practice, Paul, where you end up blocking a dart and you move so far off the hockey and it's perfect, so for the next 3 visits you stay there just to see if that's the secret?
Yep, done it. Tried it. Not for long.
78.
Do you remember when John Lowe had some new darts released? And I say so because these are John Lowe darts. I think that they've got a bit of age, these ones.
Yeah, but still propel faster to the board than any other.
Yeah, I mean, what was that about? Darts that are propelled faster towards the board. Come on. Let's get serious.
Nice to see that Harry Ward is in the chat.
34.
Hope to see you soon, Big H. And he did his free health test.
Good lad. As everybody should have.
44.
Hope you're well, H. Have a nice weekend. See you soon. Lovely lad.
134.
Winner of a PDC title, of course. Beating Max Hopp in a final.
125.
Yeah, we are going to see him later in the series.
I think the name on everybody's lips at the minute is Richie Burnett. He's going to be here next week. And he's never played in Portsmouth at the Live Lounge before, even though he's been with us in our previous studio. He's had a hiatus of 2.5 years because he's been on the tour.
Well, this match is all about ADC qualification. And let me tell you,
91.
some of the ADC qualifiers are very, very interesting in the weeks coming up. We'll run through some of the names in a moment, but first let's see which way this leg goes. They are already public knowledge. I'm not giving away any secrets.
25. Richard, you require 102.
And what was he going to do there? Bull to bull?
86.
Yeah, not sure of the benefit of that shot.
Double top for Gilbert.
18. Richard,
some of the adrenaline has been lost. Still 88 for Richard. It's for a break of throw, something he needs in this match if he wants to win.
12.
And he hasn't got it.
We require 39.
That's not a nice lie.
23. Richard, you require 4. Game shot.
That's a nice shot.
Richard Hosey.
That's a break of throw and 22 darts.
Full flag, it's Richard to throw
To
first.
finish in 4th position on 10 points is a sign of improvement on the last time he was with us. He is useful, but in order to be competitive 2 Saturdays and beyond, you must have that 90 average level, which at the minute he's not showing.
25.
Yeah, just to go back to that point. So this pair are both qualifiers from the ADC. Next week, we've seen the lineup. I think it's potentially our best batch of ADC players ever. The UK qualifiers, Killian McCormack and Greg Ritchie. And the European
46.
representation, Jerome Mayock and Jimmy Van Ski, both who have won here before.
Absolutely right.
But also to come, I'll just talk about qualifiers because one of the ADC picks is a wild card pick, the ADC Europe, that is. But recently qualified, we've got the likes of Wesley Plazier,
21.
Scott Marsh returning, Stuart Kellett returning.
Which week is Stuart Kellett playing?
42.
Are you allowed to say that one?
No, the weeks haven't been revealed yet, but the qualifiers have.
Purely selfish, by the way. I just want to see Stu.
66.
I haven't seen him for years.
Yeah, there's some really good names coming up. ADC Europe wildcards. They've got Sebastian Białecki, Victor
45.
Tingstrom,
You'll
Gert de
require
Vos,
143.
Moreno Blom, Stefan Belmont, Christoph Kachuk, and René Idams all coming up in this series.
33. Richard, you require 123.
Well, why would you go bull first on 1, 2, 3? What are you going to do? 25, 38 bull?
51. We require 110.
Like a bullseye festival here today.
Loves going for it, doesn't he? Could go.
56. Richard, you require 72.
Bull double 11 here.
How about bull at the end? Yes, that's what you're supposed to use it for.
Richard Hosey.
And it's 3-1 to the man from Birmingham. Only one more leg, and that will cement
Gilbert to throw first.
a double digits points tally here in Group C in week 3. Gilbert van der Meijden has just run out of everything here today. Run out of belief.
11.
Run out of adrenaline. And it's a difficult
73.
sport when you know that nothing is going to change. That's why you need to reach in your pocket and say, well, I just want to win a darts match to make myself
100.
feel good. I reference a game an awful lot when I talk about
130.
situations like this. I was at Q School back in 2017. I was already through to the tour to get my card straight back.
96.
I played Brian de Hoch in a final. He needed to beat me to get his card. I still beat him.
100.
Because that, in the words of Roy Keane, was my job.
81.
Did I lose any sleep over the fact that he didn't get a tour card? Not at all. Double top for Gilbert.
120.
We're back for it. Remember, this is the curtain call for these two players, so they'll want to sign off in style. Give you all something to remember them by.
$30.
That follow through was very short and stuttered. I think he's been struggling technically over the last couple of days at times.
48. Gilbert, you require 10.
But we are going to have at least one more leg, possibly two.
Sick player gets Richard to
The
throw
game
first.
goes on.
Game on.
Cullerton and Cox coming next. And then the two
75.
double R's will play the final game. Rhys Robinson against Richard Rowlands before they head off for some R&R before playing on Saturday.
134.
You could really stitch Henry Deacon up by having a group of players that have initials RR throughout. Rusty Jake Rodriguez,
101.
Robert Rickwood, Rhys Robinson, Richard Rowlands. You got another couple?
83.
Well, we could just go for all the Rodriguez's, couldn't we? Rusty Jake, Roby John, Ridgy George,
57.
Roxy James.
Roxy James.
For those who don't know, there's a darting family in Austria. All brothers, all RJRs.
134.
Hence why Rusty Jake has got RJR3 on the back of his shirt.
Speaking of three, speaking of the curtain call, and speaking of something to remember us by, what about 3 balls for Gilbert?
Gilbert, you require 150.
Not this time.
That was the least confident 3 balls
50.
attempt I've ever seen in my life.
It's almost as if he had to do it. He didn't have to do it at all.
55. Gilbert, you require 100.
He's not going to go for 2. But he did go for 2 double tops somewhat tentatively.
60.
But this would be a nice send-off
170.
to rubber stamp. He obviously doesn't like the old conventional mail.
60. Gilbert, you require 40.
Double 10.
Game shot on the 6th.
Someone in the chat making a
Gilbert
great
van der
point.
Meijden.
Darren saying these are not dead games. These are the games that will make the
Seventh
selectors
and
at
final leg,
Modus
it's Gilbert to
decide
throw
whether you
first.
come back again or
Game
not.
on.
Precisely. Couldn't agree more. Just because you've made a final in the past, it doesn't guarantee you an invite back in this climate of players. But I tell you what does get everybody's attention.
45.
Getting yourself off the canvas and winning the last 3 legs. And starting with a max in the final leg of the contest.
We have spoken about in the past that the possibility of adding some further jeopardy into these groups. So
47.
maybe bottom place in Group A is eliminated at that point. Maybe bottom in Group B or C is ruled out for the next series.
99.
No matter who you are. I quite like that, actually. Because it gives further opportunity to other players.
96.
It does also feel a little bit like kick them while they're down, doesn't it?
Welcome to darts.
81.
If it was easy, everybody would do it.
Well, they make it look easy at times.
58.
Now we've got an equally interesting leave here from Gilbert van der Meijden because he did hit 3 tops yesterday. Is he going to finish like that?
I think he's done this on purpose as well because he started on 19s on 178.
120.
He's missed it by miles, Paul.
He didn't even entertain it.
40.
Trying to read this guy is like trying to read Phil Ivey.
Like me trying to read a cryptic crossword.
That is 114, which leaves 63. Oh, that's a beautiful visit.
165. Gilbert, you require 80.
Well, then he does attempt to go 2 tops. But in doing so, he made it hard for himself.
Richard, you require 12.
To sign off with a win. And for 10 points, he needs the trapdoor.
Game shot.
There's no trouble down there for Richard Hosey.
Richard Hosey.
I think he's quite pleased with getting 4th position. Today he's had a brilliant recovery after a bad start. And he's won 3 games from 5. It wasn't a classic game by any means, if we are being honest. But his finishing was pretty effective at 4 out of 10. But when we come back, it's going to be the final game of the week for Cox and Cullerton.
A couple of games left to go, and it is disappointed Lee Cox taking on Niall Cullerton, who the damage was done yesterday. But Cox has been the master of his own downfall today, in a promising position going into the final day of Group C action. He was joint top of the table with Rhys Robinson, who has doubled his points tally going into his last game today. Lee Cox has only been able to add one more win from his 4 matches, and that's why he finds himself out of the race before the top 2 play each other in the last match. Both players have had their moments, both players have had their good days this week, but neither will be making it through to finals night.
And they will be disappointed about that. But maybe Lee Cox more than Niall at this point, because he was in a position of strength at the start of today, whereas Niall was not.
$40.
I think Niall is very proud of how many invites he's had, whether it be through the ADC system or not, over the last 2 or 3 years.
100.
But I think he would like to confine this week to the bin. The bad spots have far outweighed the good spots.
90.
Well, we were talking about it from that comment in the chat earlier about these not being dead games. These being games to make people take note. And you do see it. Just look back at the last couple of series. Players who maybe got in as an ADC qualifier, maybe got to finals night, or at least performed very well. Say they came in Group C. The next series, they might be given a Group A.
45.
They might then start getting regularly invited and not having to win through the ADC system.
And Niall is actually playing for something in this contest.
140.
He wins, he goes to 5th position, placing Gilbert in the basement of Group C.
And an extra few quid in the pocket.
140. Now we require 100.
And he knows this because it's in his player's brief. If he reads it, which, let's face it, most players don't, if I'm being brutally honest.
37.
I think we need to start some sort of party political broadcast for darts players here. They do need to read up, don't they, on what they should and shouldn't be doing.
64.
Double top.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's got my vote.
Cullerton.
We actually are playing darts on election day, aren't we? Here at the Modus Super Series.
We will be.
Lead to throw first.
It's a Thursday, isn't it? Election day? So it's a double dose of darts on election day.
96.
So if that's going to be a victorious day for somebody, a lot of people are going to think, I'd rather watch the darts, actually.
100.
Results will start coming in while we're on air, won't they, Paul? I'm sure that we'll stay away from that. Is Henry Deacon working that night?
Well, if he is, he's probably going to be keeping an eye on the politics, because he's qualified in that department, isn't he?
Or is he standing, is he?
100.
He probably should. Considering some of his outfits at Champions Nights, he should vote Lib Dem. He loves that yellow tie.
See, now we have to say that
100.
you should also vote Labour, Conservative, and whatever other parties are available. We are bound by the electoral rules, Paul.
Are we?
140.
Niall doesn't care. He doesn't live here.
$100. Now we require 161.
I don't think we've got a 161 this week. We've got almost everything else north of 160.
So 170 today.
91. They require 146.
From Mr. Must See. That's a better nickname than Sugar, isn't it?
100.
Yeah.
Now we require
And Mr.
70.
Must See has won Group C.
Game shot on the second.
Niall Cullerton is...
Niall Cullerton.
As we said, he may finish 5th if he wins this match, but he's shown time and time again this week that he's much better than his league positions have given the example of. He finished 5th in Group A, didn't he? And looking like another fifth place finish in Group C.
140.
But if you'd watched him on a couple of the days this week, he's been really good.
Absolutely right. There is such a thing as playing well in the wrong times.
90.
And it's you, Chris Murphy, that actually brought that up. He's got some friends in the chat as well. Shanghai 180 has got a clover leaf next to their name saying, "Come on, Cully." I can imagine that place where he plays called Egan's being
85.
rather fun. I've been to Kilkenny and done an exhibition there once. One of the best ones I've ever attended. It was amazing. It just so happened
60.
that exhibition was booked the night of the Gaelic football finals. It was rather joyous.
140.
I was talking to John O'Shea last night, actually, about the
60.
football. He had a few very strong opinions about the England squad. And he said something which I think is it's one of the most Irish things I've ever heard.
95.
Keep your football. I'd rather watch a game of hurling. And if you've never seen hurling before, that's something you've got to watch. That is proper sport.
100. They require
There's none of this Italian and Spain rolling around because somebody touched me socks nonsense. If anybody falls over in hurling, it's because they've been leathered with a bat.
Well, let's see if Cullerton can produce a nice finish here. 79 remaining with 2 darts in hand. Might be tempted to go treble 13, but it looks like he's gone the more conventional route.
28. They require 40.
And Cox will get a go at tops.
Game
In it
shot
goes.
the third leg.
Assessment on Lee Cox then this week, because yesterday we were talking about him as maybe building on that challenge to a success, looking
Full flag,
quite
it's Lee to
confident
throw
and
first.
composed, but today
Game on.
it's sadly been a familiar story.
I'm afraid so. I think what he could benefit from is having a very open
95.
discussion with someone about how he has felt today. Too often we get really stock
60.
answers from dart players and from sports people. How did you feel in those moments? Bit nervous? No, how did you really feel?
100.
And once you open your mind to how you really felt in a pressure situation, that's when you can fix it. And it may depend on who he speaks to as
97.
well, because there's nothing wrong with the way he played yesterday, but there must be a reason as to why it didn't happen today. From what I can see,
70.
it's not technical. And based on the behaviours of the last couple of years here in Portsmouth, it may be a mental hurdle. And there are people who can help you with that.
60.
Down for the 19s.
59.
Leaving the big one. Mr. Must See took it out earlier today. Are we going to see it from Mr. Must See again?
170. $64. Niall, you require.
Or are we going to see
104.
someone take a 3-1 advantage? He's looking at tops again.
64. Lee require.
That was a good try.
106.
6 or a 10?
70. Niall, you require.
No
40.
reaction from Cox.
So, for 3-1.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Niall Cullerton.
And that is exactly what happens.
5th flag, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
The rest of this season could be very important for Lee Cox's future.
60.
I think he'll just need to get rid of this week. put it down to experience, and then make an assault on his next darting journey,
180.
which could well be the Challenge Tour. Whatever he's got planned for the summer, just chalk this down to experience. He's not playing bad. Some people who come here, whether it's 2 or 5 days, or even 6, they can walk away saying, I'm not playing well. Lee can't say that. He is playing well. This week, it just wasn't good enough.
$140.
There's definitely a bit more pep in the step of Niall right now than there is from Lee. Cullerton wins from this position. He will get 2 wins from 5, which is a lot better than yesterday.
100. Lee required 161.
Well, he could sign off in style.
61. Niall, you require
60,
156.
60, 36.
Well, Hendo's hit this week. That's his biggest checkout. You'll have to join us later to see if John can better that. No shot at double 19, and Cullerton is about to get match darts.
44. Niall,
And this is to show Lee the door.
Tricky. But he finds a way, and Cullerton finds a win. It's 4-1 win over Lee Cox, who has had the opposite day to that which he experienced yesterday. It was 4 from 5 on Thursday, and he started the day with the opportunity to qualify, but he ends up winning only 1 game today, and he is heading home, as is Niall Cullerton. The 2 who are going through are going to be in action after the break. Rhys Robinson against Richard Rowlands in today's curtain closer.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he is absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Final game of Group C, and it is the two qualified players who will do battle in Game 15 today. We know that Richard Eric Rowlands is going to go to Saturday night, and he's following in the footsteps of Rhys Robinson, who has already won the group with a healthier leg difference and a healthier points total. However, if Richard wins this final game of this group, he can equalise Robinson on 16 points. But that superior leg difference means that Rhys will win the group no matter what happens. But when they played yesterday, it was Rowlands who started with a very good performance of over 97.
First gets Rhys to throw first. Game on.
He put Robinson on the back foot, but after that, Robinson found a few gears. But maybe more so today. He looks like he's not struggled with his technique
52.
and his anatomy as much today, because his levels have been very good indeed. His last few performances in reverse chronological order go like such. 96 average beating Cox in game 12.
96.
That put Lee Cox out. And that was against the darts as well. Just like his performance against Gilbert van der Meijden. Almost a 99
53.
average there. And that put him in a position of strength. He also beat Nell Cullerton with a 170 checkout earlier. And beat Rich Hosey in the first match of the group. So he does have the chance of beating Richard Rowlands to 10 points for the day, because both of these guys are undefeated.
43.
I think the passage for Rhys today has been a lot smoother. Not just because of the comparison to yesterday,
180.
but in comparison to that of Richard.
$24. Richard, you require 144.
Off the back of the maximum, Rowlands was looking for 324 in 6, which usually is an attempt
96.
for a 9-darter. I wonder if we're going to get one before the end of the week. I don't think the pace of this game suits Rhys Robinson at all. And losing the first leg doesn't suit him either. And he will lose if Richard hits dates. He has hit eights.
On the first leg, Richard Rowlands.
Are these two on a collision course on
Second leg
Saturday
is
night
Richard
as
to
well?
throw first.
The
Game on.
most amount of times they can play each other is 4 times. Twice in this group. Once in the qualifying groups on Saturday night, and possibly in the semis or the final on Saturday night.
We already know, of course, that Robinson winning the group will avoid Andreas Harrison in the group stages, and you mentioned before that's quite wise, isn't it? It means that Richard Rowlands will be with the reigning champion, who is looking for a 4th straight weekly win.
Yeah, good luck with that, Richard.
If he does win, that'll be the most Saturday nights won, won't it, here in Portsmouth? Because that'll be 5.
Yeah, because Steve West has not won a Champions Week.
140.
Littler won 4, 2 qualifying weeks and 2 Champions Weeks. So 5 would be a new territory for somebody.
140.
I'll join myself, Paul, and Laura Turner tomorrow night. We'll see if we do get that history, whether Mr. Must-See can stop him. Maybe Richard Rowlands can do that himself. And tonight, from 10, Alex Small, John Henderson, John O'Shea, Ross Montgomery and Tommy Morris all battle it out for the final 3 places.
Do you know who it was that stopped Luke Littler from getting a 5th Saturday night win?
Sebastian Białecki.
It was indeed.
Semi-finals?
41.
Semi-finals. And he would not play on that stage again. Apart from a bullseye challenge he had the night that Jim McEwen won a series.
Yeah, and to be fair to Luke, did come and
137.
present the trophy to Jim, didn't he? Which it was rather spectacular because Jim, at that point, was 56 and Luke was 16.
Richard, you're
And it was a
right,
16-year-old
66.
handing the trophy to the 56-year-old.
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often.
66, the number here for Rowlands. And that's
Games
very,
on the
very
second
nicely
leg.
done.
Richard Rowlands. Third leg, it's Reece
Even if he
to
does
throw
win
first.
4-0, it's not enough to
Game on.
displace Reece Robinson from the top of the table. He'd still be a couple of legs short. But he would
45.
complete a perfect day.
If I were in Robinson's shoes, I'd want to get the 18 points. Because that is a brilliant campaign, isn't it?
99.
I've got some of the players who have had 18 or 20 points in a Group C situation. James Wilson, Colin Osborne, Richard North. Josh Payne's had an 18.
And what a turnaround it
95.
would represent in Reece Robinson's week, because let's not forget he lost every game on Monday. This would see him win every game on Friday.
He's going to Saturday, and it will be the first
85.
first evening session of the week. And that plays tricks on some people. He's getting slightly annoyed at the minute, isn't he? I don't think Richard Rowlands is seeing
70.
the negative side of it. He'll probably see Reece losing his composure a little bit and thinking, I might have you on toast again. I may be able to beat you twice before Saturday.
180.
Well, he's putting in by far his best performance of the group. Reece Robinson in danger of his worst. Although that could change things. What an answer.
180. Richard, you're 137.
Now, calculators out, everybody. Where will Robinson go for this 1-2-1?
121. Richard, 121.
Now where? Is it treble 7?
You might think that's
82.
a bit of showmanship, but after he's got the
60.
bullseye, it's actually not a bad play.
There'll be no
Game
showmanship
shot
from
in the
Rowlands.
third
He just remains
Richard
effective.
Rowlands.
First person to do that I can remember was Aaron
Well,
Monk.
it's Richard to
Bull
throw first.
21 Bull.
Game on.
Peter Wright did it, didn't he?
Yeah, that Monk one was in our previous guys, wasn't it, at the live league?
$59.
Yeah, Aaron Monk is someone that Reece knows well. They've been knocking around each other for the last few years. He's a character, isn't he? Never shy to tell us how he feels.
43.
Yeah, there's people like that in every town centre, that face he just pulled.
That was a bit of Gaza, that, wasn't it?
Usually by the giant chessboard.
134.
The last thing you want is to lose 4-0 in your final game. It would affect most players, but I suppose
42.
would a loss affect Robinson?
No, I think, I mean, he said it himself. It was all about getting through to Saturday for him, and Saturday is a totally different tournament as far as he's concerned. He's a kind of a darting equivalent of an adrenaline junkie, isn't he?
It's got its pitfalls, being an adrenaline junkie.
60. Richard, you require
I
128.
mean that figuratively and literally. Oh, he's looking for a Hollywood finish. He's going to set up a match-winning shot, and his numbers in this contest are very Andreas Harrison-like.
135.
Absolutely sensational
Required
stuff.
40.
What a way to win it. And Richard Rowlands is going through
Richard Rowlands.
2 finals night, having beaten the group winner 4-0 with a staggering display, saved his best until last. It's the best we've seen in this group. Rhys Robinson may have won the group, but he's the one who leaves the stage disappointed. Pretty much his worst performance of it. Rowlands with his best, the best, 105.47. Absolutely sensational stuff, and he shows why he's going through with the man he has just beaten. We'll reflect on all of the action and preview what's coming up tonight after this very short break. Yeah, that brings an end to today's action. That 4-0 win for Richard Rowlands against Rhys Robinson. Rhys may win the group, Paul, but he's got something to ponder now going into Saturday.
A little bit. I think we look at Richard Eric Rowlands a little bit differently now after that 15th game. He had his 2 best performances against Robinson in the first match of Thursday and the final game of Friday. So now we have to take him into consideration for possibly winning this week, because I levelled, not criticism at him, it was feedback. Does he have the level to compete with Robinson at his best? Harrison, Henderson, other people? Now we have to say yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect day for him. A set of results that make difficult reading for particularly Lee Cox and his fans, friends, family, because he was in the perfect position at the start of the day, but he's reversed it today.
It's one of those things, isn't it? If it keeps happening, and that saying, isn't it? If you keep doing the same things and expecting different results, that's the definition of insanity. So leave this place, acknowledge what's going on, acknowledge how you feel, and try and fix it. Don't expect to get different results by doing the same things over and over. I know that Lee Cox can get to Saturdays and compete on Saturdays and even win Saturdays, but the approach has got to be different.
Let's talk about the players that have made it, though. The human highlight reel that is Rhys Robinson produced plenty of big highlights, didn't he?
Played some great stuff today, apart from that last match. 4 out of 4, and we can pretty much put Game 5 in the bin, but a big fish finish. Everybody loves one of those by the coast, and I think he really enjoyed that. His smile did come out eventually after hitting that bullseye, but 2 performances in Game 3 and Game 4 today, averages of mid to high 90s, stuff that he can cling to going into Saturday night.
Absolutely. You would say that from this group he might be the man to beat, but the man that's just beaten him with the best performance in the group, Richard Rowlands, takes a little bit of confidence with him, doesn't he?
He will take some confidence, but I still believe that because of the experience of Robinson, I think he's more of a person to beat on a Saturday night here. But we can't forget about this guy. This 153, make no mistake, it changed the entire group. Everything changed on that shot, and he might remember that shot for a very long time.
Yeah, absolutely, as might we, as certainly might Lee Cox. But let's just get your assessment on the other players that are departing, as Richard Hosey, Niall Cullerton, Gilbert van der Meijden. Which of those do you think leaves with the most credit?
Probably Hosey. Look at the way he reacted after winning his last match. I think he was very proud of the fact that he finished in 4th position. I think he's someone who is developing new levels at a slow rate, but if he can constantly qualify through the ADC, I do get the feeling that he's going to be knocking on the door of qualifying in the future. He's just not quite there yet.
Niall Cullerton has shown signs this week. He had that really good day on Wednesday. He was okay today. Again, produced moments, didn't he? Little spells. We saw a few big finishes from him.
If he was in a different week, Niall probably makes Saturday if his timing is a little bit better. You've said it all week. If you play well on a Wednesday and a Friday, great, but be in contention. He hasn't been in contention at all this week, and that's been the problem. The setup play, the start on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday has not been good enough in our eyes and his own, so he's going home.
Right, confirmation then of who is going through to finals now on Saturday. Andreas Harrison, the Group A winner, the defending champion, will get that chance to return to Champions Week. Rhys Robinson and Richard Rowlands going through from this group. And then tonight, Small, O'Shea, Montgomery, Henderson and Morris, they're all going to battle it out. And it looks like 4 of them in contention, but only 3 places to play for.
Based on the league position and the points tallies that people have at this point, it is a 4-horse race. In order for Alec to be in contention at the end of the night, he's going to need Morris and Montgomery to have an absolute nightmare, and he's going to have to win all 4. Is it likely that he can do that based on what we saw last night? I'd say no, but today's a different day.
It is, and tonight is, of course, a different night. Paul, you'll be there with Laura Turner watching the action. We'll see you tonight. Hope to see you tonight as well here at the Modus Super Series. We'll find out the full field for finals night at the end of the action. It all gets underway from 10 p.m. Make sure you are subscribing and you will not miss a dart. But Group C, well, that belonged to Mr. Must-See.
I've been mortified, 45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them niggas slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war.
Firework possibilities here. Sparkling stuff from Rhys Robinson from a week. He's 1 week while doing that, but he's going to come a proper at some point, isn't he?
Is it now? It is not. That's an Aussie way of saying mixed bag of sweets, by the way. 16. And every time he gets it right, you think, well, how can he get it wrong?
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience.